And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and we're back again for another Let's Talk About Seamoss. It's been a long time that I've been doing this. It's like well over 8 months. Um, I was thinking today, I'm like, what can I talk about? It's like, oh, you know, there's so much to talk about at CMOS, but in the same thing, there's always the same stuff that we seem to be talking about. So I think I'm gonna have to start working on creating some topics to really discuss to get the content better. Although I've been checking out St. Lucia Premium CMOS, they've been doing like a 6 day or 5 day 6 figure challenge, which looks pretty cool. And if you're really serious about like trying to figure out how to navigate in this business and where to go, I recommend you check them out and maybe follow through with some of their assignments, and they'll help give you some clarification and clarity about how to navigate in this business. Because, like I was saying to someone today, like you really got to know and understand your customer. You know what I mean? And just focus on serving those people. You know what I mean? And for me, I choose the customer that I'm most happy doing business with them. So I don't really talk about it too much. I'm not even going to go into now, but I have in my mind, in my vision, I have the ideal customer of who I want to do business with. And when I create content and I create advertising and everything, I create it with that person in mind. I don't try to be the one guy that can satisfy everyone. I don't think I'm at that point yet, right? It's better for me to focus on who I do business best with, and then build on that. And then as the business grows, it gets to the point where you can bring other people into the team, and they can start facilitating the work on you. I mean, a lot of times these big corporations, it's not the guy that's running it that really creates the environment. It's the people that he hires that operate the business that create the sort of environment on which the business operates in. And so I think, like, until you're that stage where you're building a team and you're regulating employees, it's better to concentrate on the business that you are going to be happily getting. Because sometimes you try to focus on a market, and you don't like the market. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to mention his name, but I talked to a guy once where he was like sick of dealing with the community he had to deal with. And I'm like, well, why are you focusing on that community? I mean, there's so many different ways to sell CMOS. Like, I could go forever and talk about just the different possibilities on how you can market your product. And so if you're not happy with one area, then move on. You know what I mean? Go find someone else that's going to be happy with what you're doing with. You know what I mean? Um, Geez, like I said, the possibilities are endless. You can hit up like gyms, you can do farmers markets, you can do the internet, these Facebook groups. You can create classes where you're giving things. You can hit up things like meetup groups where you're creating a group based on learning about health, and then you incorporate CMOS into that. Like, there's so many ways. Like, you know what I mean? I don't even know where to begin. You know what I mean? But you got to pick the ways that you are happy doing it most, and then go for that. And then from there, you build on one after another. You know what I mean? And work on the relationships of these people. There's so much power in repeat business. You know what I mean? All my business in real estate, it's 90% repeat business. I have clients that have bought, they buy a house off me like almost every year. And so to know these people and how these cultivated these relationships, it's like, you know what I mean? It's just way less effort than trying to run a treadmill where you're running through these businesses. And I don't think people are doing enough to really sort of create systems that cultivate their repeat business and create relationships with their clientele. You know what I mean? Put them in a way so that they're connected. There's times where I just pick up the phone and just call my business people, people that I've done business with, just to shoot the shit, not even to sell them CMOS. Just to be like, hey, how's it going? How's your family going? Crack a fucking joke. And sometimes, like most times, you don't do any sales, but what it does is it puts you in a good mood, and then you're more receptive mood to market and sell your product to other people. That's where I see the value and just keeping good relationships with positive people that are loyal to your brand or your product. You know, it's important to have that kind of in your sort of mindset when you're selling and producing. You oh, there's so many things that you got to do. But like I said, it's sometimes good to know figure things out, get some clarity, run through an assignment, invest some time in yourself and in your business and where you want to go. You know, I don't think people put enough thought and planning into how they like just into detail. Sometimes they do it like real broad, but into detail on like who your buyer is, and who, what do they look like, where do they hang, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but but to get into really learning a lot about different vitamins and herbs and stuff like that. I have invested into a health food store, and at the health food store they have like a registered homeopathic and like a nutritionist and stuff. And these guys know their shit. So I'm like sitting there like a fly on a wall, learning, listening to them. So I'm really excited to be figuring out more and more beyond just CMOS about overall health and what people need to do to keep their health going and improve their health and stuff like that. And then by understanding how other things are used, the products, it allows me to figure out how to incorporate CMOS into it. So I'm really excited about that. You know, that's been going on for the last couple of days. It's making me tired because I'm pretty much like up at 6 a.m. I go to the warehouse and there in the morning till like almost noon. Then I go to the store and then I hang out at the store till like the evening. And then a couple times I've been going back to the warehouse. And today I did. I knew if I went to the warehouse, there was no way I was doing this live shoot today. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to stay committed to doing this show. And let me see if there's any comments. I noticed that I'm not really getting any comments to thing. Here I see Guy saying something. Um, thank you so much. Um, about because you mentioned about the business. Yeah, let me just turn that down. Yeah, I gotta send a note to these guys and see why I can't get the comments showing. But not sure what to talk about now on CMOS. Why don't you guys put some questions in and see if there's anything? Um, I know that I've been getting a lot of questions lately on the colors of CMOS. And I'm going to be quite frank, I really don't know too much about the nutrient differences. I try to stay away from that. It's obvious that, like, by the way gold is produced and the way the colors are produced, that the colored sea moss is going to have higher concentrations of nutrients, for this piece of sea moss than the gold. But I still find that I get good effects. Like, I've been taking the purple for the last couple days, and like I really don't notice it much difference than if I take the gold, except that it tastes more fishy. You know what I mean? And it's a little harder on my stomach. But like effects wise, it's almost the same. You know what I mean? There's not big difference. Not to justify to say like one's better over the other. I still prefer the gold. You know what I mean? And I think as soon as this jar is done, I'm going back to it. I like the taste. I like the look, the smell. You know what I mean? And to me, it's kind of like, all right, maybe it's not as strong as the purple, but then I just take a little more, and it's really kind of negligible about like how much of a difference it is when you take more, or you know what I mean, a little bit more than you would in the purple. So I don't know. The jury's still out. I still think that someone needs to kind of step up and put the little bit of the investment in to figure out what are the actual differences. You know what I mean? Kind of put the bed to rest and stuff. You know what I mean? I'd like to see if someone could test against Condorus crispus also, and then the different grades of CMOS. You know what I mean? Are these CMOS that's not as pretty? Is there, are the nutrients difference really big, or not? And then try different waters and stuff. It'd be cool if there was a way to get like a CMOS testing database. I wonder if there's something we could do to that, where we can say to people like, "Look, let's have everybody submit their test results," and it's just like, you know, I don't know, we got to do it kind of like anonymous or something like that, something where it's like you're not giving out too much details and proprietary information, but to be able to have like a database to say, well, this sea moss was harvested from this area, and this was the score, and this was the. Because I'm almost willing to speculate that, um, or say speculate, whatever. Basically, say that the quality of CMOS on a testing level is going to vary based on like the different areas that it's harvested from in the different countries and the quality of the water at that time. Um, Effects wise, that might be a different story. Like I said, the purple probably has higher nutrients, but do I really notice it as much? Does it really improve my quality of life? You know what I mean? Like, do I find I'm more healthy because I'm taking it? Not in the last few days. I haven't. You know what I mean? And I feel like the goal is not much difference. So does that's the question. Like, does how much of a nutrient difference does it have to be in order for your body to notice an effect on that nutrient level? You know what I mean? Because if there's like a 5% difference, is your body going to notice that 5% difference? You're still taking it. You know what I mean? Give me one second. I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back. I got to start getting stuff to drink before I come. I'm back. What's up, Ricky? Good to see you. Ricky left. He was there for a minute. Oh. Hey, what's up, Sean? Good to see you. How's business going? Here, I'm gonna put a link. If anybody wants to join me on the live to talk to me like one on one, you can use this link here in the Facebook, YouTube, and then on Instagram, you just gotta send a request. I mean, I'm gonna take a quick bite out of this food. I went to this Mexican restaurant near the store, and the food was pretty good. I originally went there the day before to go there after for some drinks before going home, and the food smelled so good, but the kitchen was closed. So I went back today for lunch. And it was good. Yeah, man. Here to see it's good to hear that business is going good. Some businesses fallen off for some people, which is quite unfortunate. Hey, Mason. You know what I mean? But it's good that like I was saying earlier, there's companies out there that are seeing that other people need help, and they're putting out resources that will help there, because really there's not much for people to really help them. They're all kind of like on their own and winging it. I know for us we had to wing it. It is a grind. You're so right, Sean. But here's the thing I've realized: everything good, like everything you get that's good, you need to grind it. You know what I mean? Like, you need to put some commitment to it. Every time I've talked to someone who has been successful at something, they've had to shut everybody out, like all their friends, you know, all their activities, all their, you know, extracurricular this and that. Like, if you have time to watch TV and you're watching like a sitcom or some kind of TV show, regular series or whatever, I don't think you're putting enough effort. You know, that time that like, it's almost like, in order to make something work and successful, you have to put so many hours in it. Say it's 1,000 hours. The more you spend doing it, the more hours you knock off. The more you divide to go and do something else, the longer it's going to take. And so you got to ask yourself, how much time am I really investing into this business to make it work? Because everybody that I see complaining, or I talk to that complains, says that, well, not complains, but just says, "Oh, my business is not working." When you dig deep, you realize that they're spending maybe an hour or 2 hours a week on their business when they should be spending like 20 hours. If I had to calculate the amount of hours that I personally spend on St.Lucian Seamoss, not even my partner, but I literally spend 6 to 7 hours working on the business a day. Yeah, man. Whether it's doing live streams like this, or creating content for social media, or responding to people's messages, or um, you know, putting yourself. I'm not even doing enough, and really, it's a numbers game. Like, the more you, um, what do we call it? The more you, sorry, I got distracted here. Try going on Instagram. Instagram's easy for me to do the thing. But yeah, getting what I was saying, the more time you put into it, the more um, hours you devote, um, the quicker you get to the finish line. It's also like adjusting and knowing when something's not working, you need to try something new or different and stuff. You know, and and don't be afraid to lose any money to gain some business. Like today, we were at the store and this guy came in. Now we have this thing. I got to figure out how to change this, but because our the way the health food store works with the website, we have a fulfillment company that does all the drop shipping, all the packaging and fulfillment for our online orders. Now, not all the products are consistent with what the store. So when they go to the store, this guy came in today. He went to the store, and I think the product was off by like $3. You meaning in the store it was $3 more. So he was like, um, oh, it's a different price. Why is it more? So we explained. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. I said, you know what? Here, you're here. You got the stuff. Fucking take it. You know what I mean? We'll offer the same price. But he ended up buying two of them. And what I realized when he did that, I was like, oh, thank you, God. Because whatever money I lost, I gained back on the second sale. So I probably just broke even. But I moved some product and he was happy and he will probably come back or remember the store. And if anybody says, oh, where should I shop? They'll be like, oh, go down to Down to Earth. Those guys are cool. They're not like Healthy Planet where everything is like, boom, like everything's strict, like everything's all corporate and has rules and stuff. Whereas Down to Earth, the guys are cool. That's the kind of business I want to run. Yeah, it's like where everybody's cool. It's easy. It's like, oh, whatever. You know, your health's important. You need these vitamins. You know, and we'll work on the relationship. You know what I mean? The the people will continue to. It's almost like you got to go through some of these duds to find the loyal, good customers. And so, you know, for all I know, I never see this guy again. But there's a greater chance that he'll come back and he'll remember how he was treated. And you know, it all works out. That's what I learned. You just got to work, do a good job, hustle. Don't worry about the pennies. Don't worry about the nickels, and they all add up to dollars. You know what I mean? They all average out in the end. Like you can spend so much effort trying to get the most and still end up, you know, in the same spot. Yeah. Don't try to cut corners. Don't try to get advantage or, you know, be super efficient. I always find that stuff in the end doesn't work. As long as you're working to provide a service and you're doing a good job and you're working at being better at providing the service, it will all balance out. Right, Mason? Those that don't see Mason's just chilling there. That's my dog right there. He just he likes to hang out with me. He hasn't seen me. Oh shit! He hasn't seen me all day. That's why he's out here. He's just like, oh, let me spend some time with my boy. Right, Mason? You a good boy? Are you a good boy, Mason? Yeah. He likes Tomorrow I gotta do it again. I'm gonna be going to the store for the next, like, every day for the next couple of weeks. I still can't believe we got it. Like, it's crazy. I gotta even stop talking about it too much, man. But I want people to come and shop at the store. So if you're looking for any herbs, or, well, not herbs, most supplements, vitamins, we have different sort of foods and stuff like that. Check out our website. It's www. Actually, let me look it up here. Down to Earth Natural Food. So that's right there. And actually, let me show you guys the website. This is, maybe I'll do this for the Instagram people, because I don't want you guys to feel left out. So here's the website, the Down to Earth. This is the store. It's in Richmond Hill, which is just north of ours. And there's a blog on the website and stuff. This is the stuff inside the store. We got lots of different vitamins and supplements and oils and stuff. And let me go to the website. Different supplements, joint health. They got all the brand natural factors and stuff like that. And then got a lot of grocery stores. I never checked to see if they had Seamoss in there. They got bone broth. They got a lot of Bell products. Bell, apparently, these guys are like really good. A lot of people love this shit. It's all aromatherapy, essential oils. Yeah, immune support. Some sea moss has thick roots just because the way it was grown was probably in hardy conditions. And then, there's all parts of the sea moss that grows that is like thick. You know what I mean? Like, imagine it's a bush, and so there'll be, as bigger the bush goes, the the thicker some of the branches is going to be. What's up? Big big blessings, no stressings.
What's the business is?
Just real life lessons. What's going on?
Man, I'm just chilling.
Cool. Me too.
It's been a minute.
I know, it's been a while.
I know it.
How's business going for you? Good? You're growing?
Everything's good. Everything's good. I'm definitely growing a lot. Reaching out to new people, trying to grow even more. Really.
Nice.
Yeah.
What new things have you been trying out?
Well, I got the anti-inflammatory purple Seamoss gel. It's going crazy.
Mm-hmm. So people really like the purple Seamoss, eh?
Going crazy.
I don't know. I've been taking it lately. I haven't noticed a big difference. But I guess some people love it.
What kind of sea moss you been taking?
Well, I've been taking the purple lately. I made my own purple gel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
From Graciela?
Yeah, from the Garcilaria. Yeah. Did you do Condorus crispus?
No, I just found somebody with some that stayed like an hour from me. I'm going there. I had seen that Condorus crispus you had though. That's why I really was interested because it was so clean. That purple.
Well, you should hit up that guy Rory from his handle on Instagram is North Atlantic Sea Veg.
Yeah, right. I remember y'all talking about it.
And it's good sea moss, bro. It's like I'm not a Condorus expert, but you know, I was pretty impressed with it. You know what I mean? It is clean, and it smells nice, beautiful, like tasty.
So yeah, but the purple sea moss that I be making also have different types of herbs.
Oh, so that probably even makes it hit different. Yeah.
Right. I need to ship you some. Let you try it out. I promise you won't be disappointed.
Can you ship it to Canada? Is that okay? Will it last that way?
Let me check and find out.
Yeah, because it might be like 3 or 4 days to travel.
Okay.
It might even be more. 4 or 5. Like it's not easy to ship to Canada.
Man, hey, I promise you, I'm gonna let you go on my website and order one for free. Just pay for shipping and handling it.
I'll review it.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, I'll review it online.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, I'll bring it on. I mean, you should send Khaled some. Khaled's like the review master. You know Khaled? I don't know what his company's called, but there's a guy on the Seamoss Buyers Club. His name is Khaled, and he does all the reviews. He has his own group called Seamoss Life, and he does all the reviews on different people's sea moss. He's got something like 30 different types of sea moss. It's crazy. Oh, speaking of sea moss, I just remembered something. I got a package of sea moss, and I've been waiting to open it up on this live stream. There's a group called Seamoss Canawoon. They're from St. Vincent, and they sent me a Seamoss package. Oh my gosh! Give me 1 second. Let me grab it. Sorry.
All right. What's up? I need to get to work. Man, I gotta do orders. But as always.
What's going on, Mason? I'm back.
Oh yeah.
I'm back, and I got a banana.
Yeah, I want to grab this.
What's that?
Just some ashwagandha.
Oh, nice. I saw that too at the store. Yeah. Did I tell you we invested in? We bought a health store. Yeah.
You bought a house?
No, a health food store.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
That's what's up.
Oh yeah. It was one of those opportunities that just came like out of the blue. Was not expecting it, but like when you see something, the door open, you got to run through it. You know.
There you go.
So here's the unboxing. Look at that. They labeled it nice with my name. That is really nice. Nice packaging. And then what we got here. And look at this. Nice bag sealed. So this is the I think it's is it the mixed spectrum or it's a few. So they got a label on it. Tells you the ingredients, the benefits. It's nice packaging. Even has the date on it. I wonder if that's the date harvest or the date. I'm gonna ask them. But let me open it up and check out the Seamoss. Have you ever seen the Seamoss from St. Vincent, Sean?
No, I haven't had St. Vincent Seamoss yet.
Me either.
I've seen it before.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a lot like St.Lucian Seamoss. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, so there's different samples. So this is their green. Nice.
Yeah, take that out. Let me open it up.
Yeah, you can't leave it in the bag, you know.
Give me a closer view. I can't. I got it.
Oh, there we go. So, smells
Okay,
good.
that's green.
What? This is the green Seamoss.
That's light green too. I ain't know.
Yeah.
I seen the dark green.
Uh-huh.
My first time seeing like the light green like this.
It's not too light. You know what it is? It's partly because of the way the light is. Maybe if the light, maybe if I don't shine it so much on there. But
right. It's not light green like I'm saying it, but it's lighter than the kind of normally
yeah,
used to see.
I know there's some green I've seen where it's like turquoise.
Yeah.
And then this is their mixed one. Looks
I
like.
want to see what it looks like hydrated.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I'll put some in the hydration and then see how it goes. But this is their full spectrum. It looks like. Smells good. One to me is like I always like the smell. Like it doesn't really tell you whether the Seamoss is good or not, but it's just good to have good smelling Seamoss. You know what I mean? As opposed to Seamoss that smells bad.
Good smelling Seamoss and good texture because you get some that's not fully dehydrated too.
Yeah. So this is very fresh. It's I wouldn't say it's moist, but it's definitely fresh. If you're not used to handling Seamoss, you might think it's wet. But for me, it's like this was just probably harvest like less than a month ago. You know?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Really fresh.
Yeah.
It was good quality. This is their gold. Oh, let's check out their purple. Their purple looks nice.
Check it out.
Yeah. There's some really dark strands in there. Mm-hmm. Again, clean smelling. You know, for me, it's like there's nothing wrong with the smell if it smells a little off. But what it does is it tells you whether or not the person spent time to clean the Seamoss. Because the cleaner it is, usually the less it will smell off. Usually the smell that you smell is coming from the Seamoss, like it's coming out of the ocean.
Break it apart.
What? Break it apart?
Break it apart, yeah. Look in the middle. Yeah. That look good. I like the way that color look on the inside.
Yeah.
I like that dark. If I get purple, I want dark purple. Like.
Yeah. I mean, what you'll find sometimes is like the branches, the thicker parts, are gonna get really dark purple, but then these things, it's like it's very hard to get that dark. But this is done quite well. You know what I mean? Few people can get that purple, that what they call in St. Lucian the perfect purple. You know what I mean? It's not like I think there's only like 4 or 5 guys I know. Everybody else, you know, does it well. You know what I mean? Not saying it bad, but to get that perfect purple, there's only like 1 or 2. Like not 1 or 2, but trust me, there's not a lot that I know of.
Yeah, I remember that time you was like, man, you had ran into somebody. You was like, who's making this purple?
Yeah, man. I went back to the beach like 3 times to meet up with him. Met up with his wife, and then the dude. And I'm still friends with the guy today. He's a really nice guy. What's interesting is I don't even buy Seamoss really from him anymore. But we're still friends. I don't think he even makes the purple. So this is the gold. The gold looks nice. This is very like most people would almost think this is wildcrafted, just because of the strands and the thickness. It smells great too. Very clean.
Does the texture and Does it have the same look as the St.Lucian Seamoss?
Yep.
Or is there
Yep.
anything different
Very
about
similar. I'd say it's a little bit more darker, right? It's a little bit more brown, but you know, I kind of like the darker stuff. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't. I think it's just more aesthetics. You know what I mean? But yeah. See if I can get it closer.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, I had got a chance to. That looks good. I got a chance to get some Jamaican sea moss, and the way it looked at on the ends, it looked completely different from the St. Lucian. Yeah. It was almost like a flowery type of look. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's kind of like a Condorus crispus.
But it was like very small, very, very, very small.
What I think it is that it's a species of like Condorus crispus, but because of the way the water is here, different, it doesn't grow as good as it would. Like the water's not cold enough here. You know what I mean? If the waters were cold, it would probably grow more thicker and hardy. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I seen something like that growing in St. Lucia on the rocks in the north end of, like, where there was no other sea moss present, but it was in the north end of the island. You know what I mean? It was like scuba diving, or not scuba diving, snorkeling, and I found it. Yeah, I was pretty shocked.
I got another question for you.
Okay.
All right, so the Jamaican sea moss, whenever I got ready to soak it, it didn't expand as much.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's because that it almost behaves like Condorus crispus, where it doesn't expand like it will with the Garcilaria.
Okay.
You got to remember too, this stuff is not going to expand to more than what its state was when it was dry, right? And so, if the sea moss is flat and has, you know, like flat flans or whatever it's called, when you hydrate it, it's not going to get bigger. You know what I mean? And it shouldn't, because then it's not going back to its original fibrous state. You know, it's going beyond that. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would treat it like it's Condorus crispus.
Yeah. I don't think. And another thing about it, it didn't really blend up. I had to add like alkaline water and then warm it up almost like a boiling state for it to break down completely. Yeah.
Just like Condorus.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, all right.
That's why I say it's like it.
Oh, okay.
I almost think it is, because when it comes to the blending and processing, it's almost identical.
Having some good tea here.
What's the tea? What's in the tea?
We got mugwort. We got valerian root.
Oh wow!
Got a splash of elderberry in there, and some agave syrup.
Sweet. You know, we started selling wholesale herbs now. So we have like wholesale soursop, bay leaves, vervain, stasiolata, cerasee, lemongrass, what do they call it? Beaver grass, and raspberry leaf.
Now, you mentioned something that I'm interested in that you already know. The blueberry vein, and also you mentioned something about the cerasee.
Yeah.
And I won't mind getting some of that too.
All right. Well, give me a shout. We'll work out a deal. I'll give you a nice price, like a off the social media price.
For sure, you know we'll definitely work out something. Quick question. So
yeah.
I know one of my cousins hit me up and he was like, he had some cerasee, soursop, and one more other detox. He took all of them at one time. He got like real jittery or something like that. I was like, man, yeah, you probably overdid it.
Yeah. I haven't. I'm not too familiar with these stuff. I'm still learning the different herbs. But I know when I first took sea moss, I got real jittery with it, and it was because I feel like I took too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's probably the same with these other herbs. You know what I mean? They're going to have heightened effects in higher doses. So here, Angel Face says, "Hi guys, a lady was asking me when you blend sea moss, are you supposed to see small pieces left in it? I mean, some sea moss you will, but like ideally you want to blend it to the point where it's all smooth. Usually some heat, hot water, or blending it till it's hot. That takes care of that. So, what's in the bottom there?
Herbs.
Yeah,
That's the you know how whenever you get ready to strain it,
yeah.
yeah, you gonna grab everything. So I was working with a small one of these,
Uh huh.
and
That's not gonna work.
it's only so small. If you can see the hose.
Yeah,
Like,
that's for like drinking. That's for or not drink. That's for like when you put it in the sink or something like that. You know what I mean?
well, I'm about to say, you wow, man. But you are right, though. They do make those for the sink. Some of them.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. So that was the smallest one I had because all the other ones, the holes are a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
So as I got, I was like, I gotta get the smallest one. So I did the best I could. So hey, sometimes something just falls through the cracks. You gotta just more benefits for me.
Well,
Sure.
I have a buddy who has a term and he calls it ghetto but effective. Yeah.
About the benefits.
Yeah, as long as it works. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's what's important. Yeah.
Facts.
It just has to be effective. Yeah, man.
Shoot, man. But everything is good though. I got orders. I got to do right now.
Yeah, you're always up late doing the orders, eh? That's your time to get it done.
Yep.
I'm actually, I ended up hiring someone, and so I'm like loving it. Like normally I'd be schlepping in the warehouse right now trying to put orders in, but my cousin, when I went away to St. Lucia, I had him and my brother help me out, and so I guess he likes the job, so he wants to keep it. So he's on it like every day. He gets mad if he shows up and I'm already at the warehouse working. He's like, I'm gonna go do that. So, I give him. I don't want to take the job away from him. So,
yeah, that's good, man. I'm telling you.
So
those long hours in the warehouse.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, now it frees up my mind. Now I can work more on just doing the content and the promoting and the marketing and stuff. Which reminds me, I gotta like order boxes. Oh, we're like so out of boxes. I think I'm gonna have to spend like $1,000 on boxes. I spent a lot of money on boxes.
I'm telling you, because I'm at the point now where like, all right, do I stock up to the point where I'm like overflowing with product, or do I just wait till it get like that's what I'm having to deal with right now as far as like keeping up with the shipment of like stocks, like product that I got, like all my containers and my jars and stuff like that, and styrofoam. It's like, do I buy more? It's just, I guess, like you just keep buying so you don't ever run out.
Never. And you got to know when to re-up before you run out. But then also, don't be afraid to buy a lot when you're getting it on a deal. Like that to me is when you buy. That's when it makes sense to overbuy what you need. Is you're saving the money because you're going to buy it anyways. And if you can save a few bucks, it just makes sense, right? And so that's what I would kind of look at. Or even if you can buy the supply, if you know other people that are doing what you're doing, you should find what supplies are mutually like what you guys are all using and buy a shitload of it and then off-sell some of that stuff. Like one of the things that I should be doing, that I like kicking myself for not doing, is I should have a shitload of packaging. Do you know what I mean? Do you know how much packaging of this I could probably sell if I just had it and told people I have it to sell? You know what I mean? And I would have to buy the packaging anyways. And I could say, these are the right size bags for this size product and blah, 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 because I'm doing it for myself anyways. You know what I mean? People will buy it just to take the guesswork out of it. and they're buying it on Amazon already. You know what I mean? I know I can beat that price.
Right.
So I think that's, I don't know, one of the many things I got to get around to doing. But I think now that I have the free time from the warehouse, I'll get to it. Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, man. And promotion is big, though. Promotion is really big.
Mm-hmm. How are you promoting for your products?
I'm doing more in the city work right now. I'm trying to get more involved with the community and stuff like that, and really just get my face out there and let people know what's going on and educate people and stuff every day.
Mm-hmm.
And teach one, and then that person tell that person about me, and so on and so on.
That's some of the best way to build up your sort of like your base. You know what I mean? Is to have people that you meet with kind of like face to face, belly to belly. I've always felt that those are the best sales, is when you're meeting the person and connecting with them, because you can convert them a lot higher and easier than running an ad. An ad, you don't know who that person is that you're pushing it to and how they're going to perceive it. But when the person's in front of you, you can read them and see what they're about and mention things. You know what I mean? Like each person, you can have a different way of how to pitch the product to,
Right.
Yeah. So it's good to keep doing it. And then just keep inspiring other people, because I feel that when you help other people and you bless other people and you motivate them or whatever, they give a little bit of that energy back to you. You know what I mean? And then that helps you function in your, because we all need energy to move, right?
You got a good point.
Yeah. And so you get that out there and you do all this stuff, it makes you feel good. And then if you're feeling good, you're putting out a good product. You're putting out a good product, people are going to respond good to it. You know what I mean? It's a chain reaction.
Mm-hmm. You got a good point about that exchange of energy when you're doing something good for somebody, and then they give you like some feedback, so especially some positive feedback.
Mm-hmm. That's not half the reason, but that's a large reason why I do nice things for people. Like part of it is to do nice things for them, but the other part is the feedback that I get, the energy that I get back that makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Because I'm in a position to help these people and do good. It makes me want to do more, because it's like, well, imagine if I was in this position. You know what I mean? How much more I can do,
Yeah. How much? How do you gauge how much you give? Do you run out, or just like enough?
That's a good question.
Because I know it makes me feel good to just give, and I look up like, hold on, just bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, see, it all depends, right? Because I always listen. I always try to use the Holy Spirit as a guide. I listen to Him and what He directs me to do, and I give according to that. You know what I mean? And I do things that I know, like He will speak to me and say, like, you need to do this. This would be the right thing to do, and then you just do it. You know what I mean? Some of these things I've done, it has been like, like I gave a guy in church a bed. I just bought a bed because he needed a bed. I found out he was sleeping on a couch. You know what I mean? And the Spirit moved, and it was one of those things where I know God had a hand, because I called my buddy, and he's like he's called Mattress Boys, so he sells mattresses all across Canada. And I'm like, hey, can you give me a price on a bed? He's like, actually, I have this one bed I want to get rid of. Da 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 da. You know what I mean? Here's a special price. It's sitting in the thing. The place where it was, like, this guy works in Montreal, and the place he had the bed, right? Okay, so you don't even know where Montreal is. Okay, so I'm in Toronto. Montreal is 7 hours away. So he's 7 hours away, and he had a bed that was sitting in a truck that was 10 minutes away from the guy's house. You know what I mean? And he was kind of like, here, I'll give you a good price, and gave me like a wicked price on this really nice, like, high-end bed. And when I like called the guy and was like, yeah, I got a bed for you, he was like floored. Like, what? You have a bed? Yeah, man, no problem. Here, call your dad, get it lined up. Because it's one of those things where his condo, the building that he lived in, got infested with bed bugs. So this guy he couldn't sleep on his bed, and he was sleeping on the couch, and he wasn't like, because I'm picking him up from church and this guy's half asleep, falling asleep. Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Oh, I can't sleep, and he's got to sleep in a chair. Like, doesn't even have a couch. It's like a sofa chair. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what? And the spirit was like, make some calls. Call your buddy, Mattress Boys. Called them. Boom. The guy had the bed. Like, that's what, you know what I mean. When I see things going like this, I know it's like, and I just did it. You know what I mean? I didn't even know where I was going to get the money to buy the bed from. I didn't even have the money to buy the bed. I just found the money and took it and didn't think about it a second. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And then that's the you got to do these things. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's hard to say. I find though you got to also gauge on who really needs the help and who really deserves it and who doesn't. Do you know what I mean? I always test people when I'm talking to them to see if they really are worthy of the help. You know what I mean? Is this going to be a help that's going to go somewhere, or am I just throwing the money away? You know what I mean? And so, I guess that to answer your question, you got to test them to see if they're worthy for that help. You know what I mean? Because some people will take it and they'll actually give you negative energy or negative feedback. You know what I mean? Where you're like, why did I even help this person? Like,
I know it.
well, and here's the thing: you gotta help a couple of those people to learn how to identify them. So you can't turn around and say I don't help anybody. Do you know what I mean? And another thing is sometimes you're gonna help people and get burnt, but that doesn't mean that you don't help anybody. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just that your job is somewhat just to do the help. Do you know what I mean? Because the blessings that you get is never going to come from that person. Do you know what I'm saying? It's going to come from another way. This house store that we got, I'm telling you right now, bro, I can't talk about it on air. I'll tell you in person, but I'll say this: it was a blessing. Okay, there's no way, no one can tell me that God did not have a hand on this. He guided me the whole way through, told me what to say, what to do, everything. Trust me, bro. Like, I did not do this on my hand. Like, it was like I'm still shocked we have it. Yeah. Like, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, what? Yeah.
It be like that though. That's how it happens.
Yeah, but it's a gift and it's a blessing, and I appreciate it, and I'm going to work my ass off to bring it to, you know what I mean, another level, so that it can push not only me forward but my partner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, think about that. He took a bet on me, and now he's got this. I would want to like call him and say, "See, I told you we were gonna do it. I told you." Because imagine, me coming, not knowing me, and I'm just saying, "Oh, we're gonna do this," and "Oh, it's gonna be like this," and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? He's like, "Okay, sure."
So yeah. Facts.
Yeah, man. It's lovely.
Man, gotta turn up. Got to turn up.
So I hope this inspires other people to like go for it, because in some ways, there's nothing super special about me. You know what I mean? Except for I'm a nice guy and I'm pretty cool. You know what I mean? I have a different perspective of life, but like what I have in me, what my skills are, is anybody could have these same skills. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sometimes it comes natural though.
Sometimes you make it look like it comes natural.
True.
Trust me, there's a lot of fakeration, you know what I mean, in this world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of times, you know what I mean, like I make it look like it's easy and I'm calm, but a lot of times people don't see some of the shit I do on the back end. Do you know
I know
what I
that's
mean?
right.
Yeah. Like I probably studied at least 1,000 hours reading on Seamoss and stuff, and to this still day, I still do it when I have time. Watch videos.
1,000 hours.
Well, maybe not 10,000, but at least, yeah. Did I say 10,000? I meant to say like 1,000.
You said 1,000.
Yeah, okay, 1,000. So and this is where I estimate it. So in the beginning, before I really launched the business, I was in St. Lucia from March. We started the business in May. So definitely from March till May, I was stuck in the house. At first, I had 2 weeks of quarantine, so I couldn't go anywhere for 2 weeks. And the only thing to do at the house was either to work on the computer and study, or watch the same 5 programs that my dad watches every day. Judge Judy, um,
You know how they go.
yeah, Judge Judy, Wheel of Fortune. Uh, what is it? With the Steve Harvey in it, Family Feud,
Family Feud.
Jeopardy, and then I said Wheel of Fortune. So I think that's all of them. You know what I mean? Maybe it's 4 shows, but he watches those shows religiously every day.
Right.
And then he was always watching this. Oh my gosh, bro! They had this like music station that kept playing the same 15 videos every day. So no matter, anytime you turn to the radio station, 9 times out of 10, it was the same song that you would. And there was this one song that
Hey, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
there was this one video that music video they were playing, and it was about what was it? Smoke marijuana. It was about marijuana. Oh, the good stuff. He was like, smoking the ganja weed. It's the good stuff. Give me the sensinine. I don't know. Bro, I was sick of the song. Like every time he turned the TV on, he'd be like, "That's my song." Aye, aye, aye.
Man, that sounds like a good time.
Yeah, well, it was sounding like I had a lot of free time. You know what I mean? And so that's where I was like reading all the videos, watching stuff. I have a whole bunch of links too. If you ever like, send me an email and I'll send you all the links of all the websites that I was on. And then some of them have articles that I've copied, but those same sites have additional articles that I've read, but I didn't like make a bookmark because I was like, I got the site. That's what matters, right? I can look for other stuff on that site for it. So yeah, I can share that. And
all right, cool. Cool. Because I know a lot of people make books right now, but I just don't trust their source like that. I mean, they got some. I mean, they probably know just as much as I do, but I would like to expand my knowledge a little bit, so that'd be cool though.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, the way I see it, most of the books that are out there, the information's out there. Do you know what I mean? And so
Right.
no one's doing any proprietary tests or any studies or anything like that to which they can publish their information based on the book. So the question you got to ask yourself is, do I want to spend the time researching for this and gaining my own discovery, which can be very good, or do I want to save time and get sort of like up to speed real quickly and get at least a basis on where to start so that I can move ahead? Like, everybody's different, you know what I mean? But I think it's more important on how you apply the information in the book. The book's going to have information. You know, more than likely, it's not going to have much information than you already know. But I don't know, and that's just my experience reading books. I find there's two types of books. There's books for the beginners, and there's books for the advanced that are like looking to research. And most of the stuff on the Seamoss is geared towards the beginners. You know what I mean? And you might not be at that beginner stage. But you know, there's actually, I put a link here in Instagram. There's a website called PDF Drive. I got this from Yusuf. And on there, if you search Seamoss or seaweed, you'll find a whole bunch of books on the subject. Like, crazy amount of books. Like, I'm even scared to go on that site because I know I'll be like, how do you call it? I'll go down the rabbit hole and just never come out. I'll be always like reading these books. I'll stop doing the live streams because I'll be too busy reading.
Are you still on what's name? What's that thing called?
Huh?
Are you still
Facebook?
on that other social media app?
Yeah, I'm still on Facebook and Instagram, and I think there might be some comments.
What's the name of it again?
What?
The other social media app, yeah.
I have Instagram.
Clubhouse.
What? Oh no, I don't have the Clubhouse anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh.
And the reason being is that I got to get a new. I had so many devices, and
I know you did.
yeah.
Man, that was so. You was working all of them though. Hey, all you see was looking you read.
That's it. We got to get them all going. But
man, how many devices you had going at one time?
I had the laptop, the iPad, and the iPhone. So what? That's three devices.
Oh, okay.
Not bad. But yeah, I ended up leaving the iPad in St. Lucia.
Say what?
I left the iPad in St. Lucia. I didn't bring it back with me. Yeah, I actually gave it to my partner's son because he had this arrangement that if he did well in school, he was going to do it, and he did so well in school that I was like, when he told me the story, I was like, well, this guy, like, because it would have took some time for us to order the iPad, bring it in, do all that stuff. I have this iPad here. I'm like, boom, you give it to him. You know what I mean? Like, these are the times where you do those kind of generosity things, right? I didn't think about like how much I got the iPad for free, to be honest with you. I didn't pay for it, so you know what I mean. It was easy to kind of gift, and the kid deserved it, and it changes his world, and like to me, it sets the tone. Like, it's important for us as men at this age to guide and influence the younger generation. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be a point where we can't do shit in this world, but we still got to live in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, when I'm an old man, I want to live in a nice world where nice people are around, where the guys are not. You know what I mean? If we don't take care of these kids and they're all fucked up, our world's going to be fucked up when we go to retire, and there's nothing we can do about it. It'll be like the worst suffering ever. I know I think about the craziest things. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it all starts, the kids.
No, it's true, and they haven't. We haven't done enough in the last few generations to really help them get on the right foot or get the right mindset. You know what I mean? So I know for my kids, I'm making sure that you know, and any kid around me, you know, on top of that, you know, I'm making sure that they have great opportunities and choices, and they know that they have options, you know, and a lot of the options come down to the choices they make. Sorry, I just gotta put the awning out more because it's starting to rain, and so I'm out on the back deck, and so I have to put the awning out so it doesn't rain on the computer. Can you hear the rain? I was saying, can you hear the rain? It's raining here. Oh, you got your music on loud. You can't hear anything. No, I'm asking if you can hear the rain.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear the rain? No. It's coming down hard.
Yeah, I hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you outside, huh?
Yep. Yeah, I'm on my deck. I'm on my back deck here.
Right.
Yeah. And then I got this light right here.
Yeah. Man, because I sure was like, man, I can hear that rain just too good. Like, that the window must be open or something.
Yeah, it's like right above me because I have
I got you.
the
It's
awning
not
there.
loud or anything like that though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love them good rainy days like this. The rain just like a little soothing, light rain, not too much thunder or like that.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes though that thing, right, it just puts you in a relaxed mode.
Yeah, it's calming. That's what it is now. It's kind of like a little pitter patter, but I can slowly hear it getting louder, and you know what I mean, like stronger and stronger. But whatever. Maybe in a little bit I'll retire and go inside.
Yeah.
I probably won't do the live stream too late. I'm so tired, bro.
What days are you doing them on? Same days?
Huh?
What days are you doing them on? Same days?
I do them on Sundays and Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
'Cause those are good days for me. Sundays is definitely a day I don't really do much, and usually by the evenings I'm home. You know what I mean, chilling. And then Wednesdays is kind of like middle of the week, and it gives me opportunity to like plan other stuff. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Well,
that's
all
what I
right, man.
do.
I'm finna get ready and, like you said, I'm finna get ready and call it in right now.
Yeah. Well, you still got more orders and stuff to do, right? Or you done them all?
I'm about to get a little busy here and get the baby all settled down and get ready to start working on my orders and stuff like that.
All right, man. Well, thanks for joining in and chatting it up with me. I appreciate it.
All right, man. I appreciate you and everything you do.
Thank you, man. Anytime. It's my pleasure. Yeah. Big blessings. No stressings. Just all day blessings. I love his tagline. This is badass. Yeah. Oh. I think I'm gonna pin on here. I'm gonna pin my website. The new Down to Earth. I love that name too. It's such a good name. Down to Earth Natural Foods. .ca. Yeah. I'm gonna find out tomorrow. I'm gonna call the guy that does all the fulfillment for us, and I'm gonna see if they can ship to the states. Hopefully, they do American fulfillment. That would be really cool. And then I could start offering you guys some specials and stuff from all the different vitamins and minerals and whatnot. There's even aromatherapy here. Great stuff. Great stuff. And definitely want to make it like a go-to place in that area for Seamoss. I have a feeling it's gonna like be a hit. There's even a gym right next door to it, like you know what I mean, and they just opened up. So I'm really gonna start pushing some marketing towards these guys and in their cars and stuff like that. Let them know that there's a health food store. And they should check us out for some good deals. So Watson Touchpoint asks, how long have you been in business? So selling CMOS, I've been doing this for about just a little over 2 years. But I've been running my own businesses and working for myself since I was like 25, 20, 25, 26. Yeah. I started with one of my first businesses. I had a computer store, an online computer business. And then, I've had concierge business where we did bookings. I had like car business where we sell cars. Then I sold real estate for a long time. You know what I mean? And now I still sell real estate part time. Well, it's still full time, but I do it between. So I do the CMOS, and then I do the real estate. And so, but like I was talking about it earlier, it really doesn't matter how much time you've been doing the business. It's how much time you put in the business, how much time you commit to it. There's a certain amount of hours and effort that you need to put in to make it work, right? To get it going and to get it to this stage or that stage. And so the less time you focus on it, the less time you invest in it, the harder it is to achieve it. You know what I mean? Like there's guys out here that have, have started in the business and in less than a year and a half have been able to take it to a seven-figure business. Do you know what I mean? But these guys, when you look at the time and effort that they spent into it, they were putting in like 24 hours a day, 3 days straight of work, of dedication. You know, yeah. Moss Boss 2020 says 10,000 hours. That's how long it takes to become a master or something. You know, so how many hours are you putting in? If you're only awake for about 10 of them, and you're watching 3 hours of TV. You know what I mean? And then you got to do other stuff with your life. You're not going to have the time, the energy, you know? And it's not even just the time. You got to have the desire. Like, you have to have a really strong want to do something, follow through and make it, you know what I mean? Like, I have to have a strong desire to make sure that I stay up and enough to do. Like, it's very easy for me to fall off and not do these shows anymore. You know what I mean? But my desire to communicate and spread my message keeps me um, moving into this space. So right now I've been back and forth on my full time job and selling CMOS. That's awesome. You know what I mean? And keep at it. And here's the thing, like, decide what makes you the most happiest. You know what I mean? And if that means selling CMOS part time and still keeping a job, then do it. Don't listen to what anybody else says except for yourself when it comes to your happiness. Only you know what makes you happy. You know what I mean? Everybody else just thinks they know. They don't know. You know what I mean? And so, what's most important is you do what's happy and then you make your money from that. You know? And so, some people were going to want to do it full time and quit their job. You know what I mean? And if you want it, then create a plan and commit to it. Say this is what I'm going to do in order to produce this much. And sometimes when you break down what you really need to do to survive, it's like it's not that hard to achieve. Do you know what I mean? Like if you look at like there's not enough people that are really budgeting their lifestyle. You know what I mean? They're not saying, well, I only want to spend this much and I'm going to do this and, I want to make this much. No, they just kind of nearly really just do whatever and hope everything falls on a positive note, which, when you're taking that kind of risk, you can't always ensure that will happen. There'll be an occasional misstep. Yeah. I keep thinking about chocolate candies. I think I might get some candies in a second. Take a quick break. I might even just keep this going for like another 15, 20 minutes and then end it. But give me one second. I'm going to grab some snacks. Until then. I'm back. Ugh. Yes, you can join the live. Anybody can join the live. What's up?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Just snacking on some chocolate.
I had saw that you had sent a request. I kind of got confused. I didn't see you come back.
Oh, you know what happened? I went to grab the snack.
Because
So-
all I saw it said requested for you to join. I said, wait a minute, but he's not even in his screen.
Oh, you know what it did? I think Instagram automatically does that. Because I never sent the request, but I think they sometimes.
Hold on. I'm finna, right now I'm just now getting home from work. But I had saw you on I saw you on the live with my brother-in-law.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, oh, okay. Huh?
Who's your brother-in-law?
You was just on live with him.
Oh, Sean. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, he does good in the Seamoss.
Yeah, I just, hold on.
Are you in the Seamoss or?
Sir?
Are you in the Seamoss or you sell the Seamoss or no?
I barely can hear you right now.
You what?
Let me get in the house.
Oh, you're breaking up.
Yeah. I'm just not, come on.
Mm-hmm.
What you were saying again?
No, I was asking, are you selling Seamoss too? Or what do you do?
Oh,
Sell
yes,
it?
sir. I've been selling Seamoss. I've been selling Seamoss actually for 8 months now.
Nice.
Yeah, I had started my business about in January. That's when I started the website, and then I learned about Seamoss last year around March, and that's when I started doing my research. I've never been a firm believer of starting something or eating something without doing the research.
Of course. You gotta know what you're buying. You gotta know what you're buying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I had just recently started making some purple Seamoss. It's actually my first time making it and actually trying it. My brother-in-law had sent it to me. He had sent it to me on a deal. And since he had sent it to me, I'm a firm believer, if somebody give me something, I'm going to give back. So since I started making Seamoss gel, my first time, I'm finna ship 10 free Seamoss gel to 10 customers.
Nice. How's that turning out?
It's only just giving back to the community and the people who help my business get to where it's at right now.
That's good. It's always it's important, I believe, to always find ways to kind of give back or give generosity. If you watch a lot of these people that do well, right, in the Seamoss or any business, they've had some kind of point where they were, being generous with something or giving stuff away for free. Like you have to sacrifice. You have to do things that are sacrificing things in order to get ahead in your business. And sometimes giving free Seamoss is a sacrifice.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You're not keeping it for yourself to make more money. You're being helpful with it, So it's a smart move. It's good that you're doing that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold on. Let me show you. Let me get this. Yeah, so I just got some I have shipments of. I just received a shipment. You probably heard of them. Pecan, St. Lucius. Yeah, Pecan, St. Lucius. Seamoss.
Oh, Piton Moss. Yeah, I know those guys. Matthew and Janine.
Yeah, Matthew and Jeannie.
Yeah, I think it's Janine or Jeannie. Yeah.
Let me show you. They just actually have a deal. They have like a 45% off deal.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I just ordered like 25 pounds.
Nice.
So yeah. So I just I just ordered 25 pounds because actually over the next, I'll probably say over the next for the rest of the year, I'm about to be doing like I guess a lot of experimenting with Seamoss, as in making experimenting with Seamoss, like making more stuff. Like one thing I'm trying to make is more skincare products. Like Seamoss body scrub, Seamoss hair serum. It's a lot of ideas I have.
Those are good ideas. There's not a lot of people doing that stuff right now. You know what I mean? So there's not too much competition.
Yeah, but not just that. I mean, technically taking this class that sometimes Jenny and Matthew is actually doing right now.
Yeah, the 5-day challenge or whatever.
Yes, I've been taking that class.
Awesome.
My third day, and actually, I think supposedly, I guess in 3 days I have actually learned a lot of stuff. How to market stuff.
They've really.
I'm trying to find my computer, but I can't find it.
Yeah, they put a lot of effort into that course or into that resource. So I'm glad that it's like people are getting value from it, and I hope they're getting more business from offering that. You know what I mean?
I feel like they actually would, because the knowledge they have, the knowledge they have with it. Of course, I feel like what's going to help is since they know all that information, you connecting with the people who are trying to figure out, who sell good Seamoss and stuff like that. With that being said, a lot of people probably gonna go to them as a supply resource. And also for like advices, because of course, when you buy in Seamoss, you want to know if the person you buy it from actually know about Seamoss versus because you got some people who's out there who's selling Seamoss. They don't even know too much about it, and you got some people that's out there that's very, very well, experienced and educated about Seamoss. And I say about Matthew and Jeannie because I say that about them. I guess because of them, my business kind of have grew actually a lot, and my education wise, and also I trust them because the first people I used to buy Seamoss from, they didn't clean their Seamoss. It's like it was all type of stuff. It was like very well a lot of dirt and debris. I mean, it was so much that you would have to clean. You have to clean it probably like 6-7 times. Versus their stuff is actually already clean. It's not just that. They actually have a video of them actually scuba diving, going all the way down there to get the Seamoss, and they even have a video of them actually cleaning, like their whole farm of them actually cleaning the Seamoss. Yeah. So their Seamoss, so far it has been good. Have you tried their Seamoss?
Well, no. I haven't, mainly because the same. Well, here's the thing: they do their cleaning and stuff. A lot of the Seamoss that we buy or we sell, we're either doing what they're doing or we're buying them from people like them. So the community that we buy our Seamoss from is like right now. It's in the same area, so I get it from the same place. It's just different people are doing it. Where they're sort of more, how do you say, exclusive. Like the stuff that they make, they sell themselves. Whereas there's a lot of people in St. Lucia where they're making Seamoss and they sell it to other people.
Understood.
Yeah.
I know the first time I heard of back to my backstory is what I was saying.
Who?
The first time I heard of Seamoss was actually last year around March.
Mm-hmm.
My brother-in-law, he had told me about Seamoss and stuff. He was telling me, I got some Seamoss and stuff. And of course, he was telling me about the benefits and stuff. And what caught my attention was it was natural.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff it been stuff I've been I want to take and stuff. But I didn't take it because it wasn't natural. So it's like, you know what? It's side effects with these type of stuff, so I don't want to try it. But when he had told me about the Seamoss and stuff and told me what all it can do and all that stuff, I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and try it myself. So the people I bought it from is called, I think, Organic Seamoss. I think that's a company called
Organic Seamoss. I've never heard of them. Are they from St.
Yeah.
Lucia?
I think they're actually in the U.S. I think they within no, okay, my bad. It's called Organic Nature.
Okay. Organic.
Yeah, that's what one second. Hold on. Can you see my screen? This right here?
Yeah. I think I've seen those guys.
Yeah, so that's who I first bought it from. Of course, when I bought it, at first it was kind of expensive because I paid like $35 for 8 ounces of Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, ooh, that's kind of a lot, And, after that, my brother-in-law, he was like, well, you can, if you buy the regular, just raw Seamoss and just learn how to make it, you can get more out of it. And I said, all right, cool. That's fine. So I was like, all right, so I went on and did that. And he had put me in I think it's called Wholesale Seamoss. That's a group. Yeah, the group.
Yeah,
And I had started seeing a lot of people start questioning about Seamoss, this and that, how much Seamoss to take, and this. And I just start, you know what? These people don't know what it is. Of course, these people they interested in it. They want to know it. So okay, let me go ahead and learn. So of course, I study. I study everything through that group. I also study everything through research. So as doing that, as I was taking Seamoss and stuff like that, it also just came to me. I was like, you know what? I want to go ahead and start me a business because Seamoss is just organic. It's all healthy and stuff like that. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start me a business. A business where I sell Seamoss shell for a very decent price where people actually is going to buy it. So, of course, I started like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and start selling at first I was selling 8 ounce, 16 ounces. But then, doing 8 ounce, 16 ounces, a lot of people wasn't buying the 8 ounce. They was buying the 16 ounce. I was like, okay, cool. As I rebrand, I had changed the prices of my 8 ounces to the 16 ounce jars. So now I was like, okay, now I got it where it's more affordable and where people will come to me. Of course, I have family who didn't like it. And like, oh, you know what, Joseph, you in the business of making money. I said, yeah, I'm in the business of making money, but at the same time, but I'm actually in the business trying to help people. I'm trying to supply people actually these healthy herbs and stuff. And you cannot, and one thing about pharmacists, say you got Seamoss gel who can do that has all these minerals, all these benefits, versus people that's out there going to pharmacists paying $600 for a medicine. And that's what caught me because I didn't tell you, I have asthma. I have asthma and I also have asthma. And with that being said, it's like, okay, once I just got some medicine, because I was wheezing and stuff, next thing you know, I saw the price. I said, dang, hold on, this is $600. Then the second medicine, it was $800.
Wow.
And then I'm like, oh no, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that's too expensive.
I start of course that right there put me to taking CMOS a lot more. Try some trial and error, see some theories. A lot of people say, CMOS help with respiratory. I said, okay, let me see if it actually help with respiratory. So of course I took it, and I took it to see if it helps with respiratory. Believe it or not, it actually did help me in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
And it helped me in the long run right now, I tell everybody now, I have asthma, but I haven't been, at this point, I've been taking CMOS every day to the point where I haven't took my asthma medicine that I have from the pharmacy for a whole year now.
No, you don't need it.
And a lot of people's like, wait, how long does it work? And of course, everybody asking that question, I look at them like, well, my body is different from your body. Mm-hmm. I can't give you that answer. But I say you can try it, and you can try it, take it every day. You can tell me, how it helps you and how long it takes for you to feel the benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And so since that had happened, I guess I had got some more customers just because of that. And of course they started their try and errors. I mean,
yeah. And so everybody's like, are they having the same results as you, or are they finding they're getting different results?
I'd say I think some are having the same result as results as me. Because of course, I feel like this. If they don't have the same results, then they won't be coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So people, I say customers who come to me, if they come back, then they receiving results, and I'll be glad to supply them. I feel like that's kind of been taken away from them anyway, because I feel like natural herbs had been taken away from us. And me, I'm just a believer that that's kind of why in a way COVID and stuff is hitting us bad, because of course we've been having like chemicals in our body and not actually something that's natural. Mm-hmm. I had a coworker who came to me, and we was talking about Africa, the COVID case is really, really low. They have COVID, but it's really, really low. Well, a coworker looked at me like, he was like, well, Joseph, why do you think so? I was like, I don't know. Then he was like, you want me to tell you what's different between U.S. and Africa? He said Africa rely on herbs. The U.S. rely on science.
Yeah.
So when he when he said that, of course, as I was working, I just sat there and that, it had me thinking. I was like, you actually right, and that's when I kind of explore myself searching all the herbs, like elderberry, dandelion roots, mm-hmm. Ginseng. I actually just now learning about ginseng. I never heard of ginseng until recently, but I just now learned about ginseng.
I've known about it, but I don't know any about the qualities or the benefits. I just know everybody, they sell it in the stores at the countertop. Hold on one second. I just want to change this light in the background. It's driving me crazy. It's just the way it was shining, it's still doing it. I didn't turn it all the way off. But you can't see it. Well, actually, you can see it. See the light there?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So in the other cameras that I have, it's creating this laser effect thing, and it's crossing this light across my face. It's driving me crazy. No big deal. It is what it is.
Are you gonna be like a guest for the six-figure your own six-figure CMOS business?
Am I gonna be a guest or on theirs?
Yeah.
They haven't asked me to. I doubt it. I mean, they asked me to promote it. They wanted me to promote their business, but I haven't heard from them since. I mean, they got a big turnout
I know.
though. They got a big turnout. I think
Yeah.
they told me like 1,000 people registered.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good, and I'm happy for them. You know what I mean? I'm happy to see that they're putting the time and the effort to create a product that can help other people grow their. It's like a win for Seamoss. You know what I mean? It's a win for St. Lucia. So
Yeah.
that's the Kappa asked me how much business does my Seamoss make? It makes quite a bit. You know what I mean? I would definitely say in the six figures. You know.
From what I learned from day one from the class, one thing they had mentioned, when it comes to like making six figure, if you want to make six figure, you also have to put the time, and you also got to put the money. You can't put the time and not put money in your business and stuff like that. Like say for instance, like Matthew, he said, okay, you can put the time. Everybody know that you're good at making Seamoss. Now, when you make a website, it's about making it appeal. So, say if you put the time, you now a master of making a Seamoss and stuff. Like you said, like someone said, you put 10,000 hours in and something like that. Okay, cool. But now, if you make a website and your website is just all over the place, and it doesn't all over the place, it's not going to appeal to customers or potential customers.
It's not going to appeal to every customer. There's going to be some customers that it will appeal to. You know what I mean? This is where, and I don't want to start, but this is where I feel like my views on business is a little bit different. Like, you can have the perfect website, you can have the thing, but like if you don't put the effort and the action, then it doesn't mean shit. And so the action and the effort, the desire, is more important than because I don't have a fancy. Have you seen my website?
No.
Go check my website out. You'll have a laugh.
You
know what I'm saying? My website is it's www.stlucianseamoss.co. I don't even have a proper .com. Well, actually, we do, but it's too long. It's stlucianseamosscompany.com. But I just did stlucianseamoss.co because.
You got to put company at the end?
No. Just do stlucianseamoss.co. I did that because I wanted people to, when they Google St. Lucian Seamoss, I'm the first one to come up.
Right now, the only one I get that says St. Lucius. Okay, hold on. The one that yours and the one that I use to get my Seamoss, it's like almost the same.
Yeah, their name is very similar to ours.
I might have to do yours on Google search, and it should pop up.
Yeah, it will pop up. Don't click the ad though, because then I got to pay for that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, trying to keep costs down. It's expensive. It's like $1. Like, I shouldn't even tell people that. Now they're gonna get all these clicks.
Yeah.
But what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm on it right now.
Yeah. So to me, there's certain things that are fundamentally important for every website in order to, like, Matthew's right in the sense that, yeah, if you have a website that's all over the place, it's going to be less appealing to other people, right? But no matter what you do, you need to have certain key things in the site, and all the key things are centered around building trust. Okay, you could have the ugliest looking website on the planet. As long as you build trust, people are going to buy from you. You know what I mean? You have good pricing and stuff, and they're going to be, you know what I mean? Pictures are great, but they're you know what I mean? Like I said, like, I just started adding better pictures to the site. Before, they were all taken from 2 years ago, and I took them all on my iPhone in St. Lucia. They were just random photos of what I had from Seamoss. You know what I mean? But if you look on the site, it has trust. It has a phone number. It has reviews. That's number one. your contact information. You need to have a phone number.
Yes.
You have to have a phone number on the website. You have to have an address that they can reach you at and an email that you respond to. And you have to have reviews. The amount of people that don't have proper review system, that's the one thing you notice on my website is the reviews.
Yeah.
And really, that's the only thing that matters. Because once you read the reviews, you're sold. You're like, there's something about this guy's website. And those are all real reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you see, there's like 300 or so. Do you know what I mean? Most guys might show 5 or 6 of their reviews and they stop that. No. The whole business, because people are deciding their main number one trigger on how they decide whether or not to buy from you is whether or not your Seamoss is real and it's of good quality. Those are the only things you should be focusing on your website. You hit those off, you present a clear message of that. It doesn't matter what you have. You know what I mean? Because people will navigate it and they trust it and they'll be like, yeah, the site's shit, but you know what? Your Seamoss is real, and I trust these guys. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then really, and in addition, it's about putting your face out everywhere and getting seen and getting like people to, because you can have the best navigated website. You can spend 10,000 on your website, but if you don't develop a system to drive traffic to that website is not going to do anything.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, you need to bring at least 100 people to your site to make 3 sales. So focus on how you're going to bring people to your website. What are you going to do that's going to draw them to get there? And then once they get there, what is it that you're going to do that's going to trigger them to say, I need to buy from them? Like, out of all the 1,000 websites that I've looked at in the past week, why am I choosing this guy? You know what I mean? Because what?
That's kind of something else that Matthew and Julien was talking about today. Identifying and describing your ideal customers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's something they was talking about today.
Yep. Huge important. I was even brushing on it earlier today. And my strategy, and everybody's strategy is different, but my strategy is to focus on the customer that makes me the most happiest, who I like doing business with the most, because then I have the most energy to give to them, and I give them the best service, and then they can go out and spread my message to other people. And then anybody else I get on top of that is gravy. But my real desirable customers are the ones that make me the most happiest. And so if you notice my business and the way I market stuff, I'm not trying to get everybody. I'm trying to go for a certain select type of person that gets a guy like me. Do you know what I mean? Because if I try to sell to someone who doesn't get me, it's a waste of my time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Better leave them for other people to get that they'll get and let them do. The market's huge. We're like, really think about it. Close your eyes and think about how many people actually know about Seamoss. Very little.
Yeah.
And even that is a disservice on your end, because everybody you know should know that everybody that knows me knows I'm selling Seamoss.
So it's our job to teach.
Not even to teach, but to broadcast that you have it. I mean, if you're going after a market that teaches, that needs to be taught, then yes, you need to teach. But even for me, I try not to go for a market I'm going more for the market that knows what the product is, knows what they're buying, and they're looking for the best. You know what I mean?
I know. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I think right now, I know probably at this moment in my business, like I said, my business is moving steady. I think right now, for my business wise, what's my biggest weakness is promoting on the website, because I'm more of a in-person type promoter. I can promote in person, and that's only because I've always been a firm believer. I'm not gonna, as long as they know me and stuff, and they see me, like see the owner of the business, they're more likely to buy versus seeing it on social media and stuff like that. But see, that's my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like I'm trying to be more versatile about okay, I'm promoting in person, do social media, but it's not now that when I try to do it on social media, I also got to think about this. One of my biggest weaknesses is I don't like some people just tell me, oh yeah, just pick a little bit from their website and pick a little bit from their post and kind of make it your own and stuff. But it's like I said, well, one thing that Matthew was saying, everybody is selling the same thing and everybody's saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's something I agree with, and that's something that I have noticed and stuff like that. And so I was like, you know what? He is correct. It's like picking the right words that people haven't heard before.
Mm-hmm.
Like selling Seamoss, one of the biggest things that everybody said, oh, Seamoss had 92 of the 102 minerals.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from hearing that, when you hear people say that, the first thing that comes to my mind that I know that people are going to say is, okay, they got 92 of the 102 minerals. Okay, what are the minerals?
Mm-hmm.
So how are you going to tell? It's like then it comes to the point how you're telling people that they got Seamoss got 92 minerals or the 102 minerals, but you do not know the minerals.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is what's going to come up. So I had to question myself. Oh, is this even true? Like, say, I had a person. You might even know him. His name is Jamari Kirby.
Yeah, I
he
know
sells
Jamari.
Seamoss.
Yeah.
And he actually got a book on Seamoss. Actually, I have the book. I actually got the book
Seamossology.
somewhere in here. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And
No,
he was telling me that Seamoss, the 92 of the 102 minerals, nobody don't actually know if that's true or not.
Yep.
But he said he can tell you this. Seamoss does have a lot of minerals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how much mineral it has? I mean, of course, nobody don't know. Because, why would, like I was saying, why would you say they got 92 of the 102 minerals and you don't even know?
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't speak up the facts of what vitamins it have and what minerals you do have, but by going and say, 92 of the 102 minerals, so nah, like just another thing.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. Did you mute your mic? Oh, there. I can hear you now.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear you for a second. You were talking and there was no
what I was saying is, like, take an example. If anybody research Seamoss online, a lot of people will see it would say only take 2 tablespoons of Seamoss.
Yeah.
Now, I talked to Mark Kirby, we just sat down, we just talked, we had a little chat, and he was telling me, Joseph, now think about this. Do you actually think that's real? And I was like, well, in my head, I thought it was real. He said, okay. Now, he said, now make this make sense. The doctor said, everybody's telling you to take 2 tablespoons of Seamoss, but you have people out there who's drinking 2 cups of sugar.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, you telling me that for something that's so healthy, you're only supposed to do 2 tablespoons. But something that's not healthy, you can take, more than 2 cups. Make it make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, when he told me that, it had me thinking of that interesting. So, of course, I had to put that in my notes because everybody who's experienced with Seamoss, like you or Matthew, Jenny, or Jamar Kirby, always take notes, and only because I already know people gonna come to me about these type of stuff, and so it's stuff like that. It's small details, and just like as you was talking to my in-law and stuff. One thing he was telling me is he forgets that a lot of people don't know about Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore, he's gonna go online. He's gonna just start teaching people about Seamoss. Like another thing I have learned, but I have learned this from someone else. When you eating your Seamoss, when you eat your Seamoss gel, you don't double dip the spoon because what it can do, it can be bacteria and contaminate the Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
So it's best if you want to take 2 tablespoons, it's best to get the 2 tablespoons. Have a little separate, little small bowl, like a small bowl or something, or even a smoothie or stuff like that. Versus just I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna dip and eat it. put it back in.
Yeah, that's a lot of reasons why some of the people their CMOS doesn't last as long. That's because they don't realize that the thing's like a literally like a petri dish. You put anything in that thing, and the bacteria is going to grow on it. So yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, man.
Yeah. But I do have another question. What's the best way of promoting?
What's the best way of promoting?
Right now, I'm headed to the point where, you know what, I'm gonna promote. I'm gonna promote a lot more on social media, which is right now at this point, it only ain't gonna be like once a week. But I'm trying to get to the point where it's every day, every day. Is it okay to promote the same stuff like every now and then, or when you promote, is it best to promote different stuff on the daily?
I guess different stuff all the time. I want to go back to this one question here where the Kappa said, "How do you find those customers who get you?" And the best way to do it is by being yourself. And that's the way I feel is the best way to market. And in some ways, if being yourself is not so much social media, then I don't think you should really start there. You should start with what's most comfortable and natural for you and build on that, because you could get so good at what's comfortable and natural for you that you can take money from your business and pay people to do the work that you're not so comfortable at. Know your strengths and what you're really good at and focus on that first. And then when you master that or you have it going, then you have time to experiment and learn. But if you got to learn how to figure out social media as you're trying to build your business, it might, in my mind, it's not the best strategy versus doing what you know that you're comfortable with and getting a word out on that. You can even build on that. Like if you're someone who's comfortable doing person to person stuff, I would look at starting to try and hold like health events, or you know what I mean, learn of, and not just about CMOS, just about all around stuff. Maybe even get 2 or 3 other people to come and speak with you, so it's not just you speaking, and you get someone who's a naturopath, someone who's whatever, like who have different strengths beside, and then you come in with your strength on CMOS, and it rounds it all out. And then you get practice and comfortability about talking about CMOS and selling the CMOS and doing all this stuff. And you can even get people to record you while you're doing it to these people, and that's your content for social media. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it's how you flip the script. You know what I'm saying? You're here trying to learn how to do the social media and stuff like that, but that's not your strength so far. Get your strength, doing that, and use that strength to remix it into something that you're not strength at. Yeah, that's how I would do it. That's my view. And I think Sean agrees with me. He's giving me the fist up, and the here you got to see him. He's commenting on the other group. So this is him. Yeah. So it's good to know he agrees with me. Thanks, Sean.
I can't see him.
No, because I'm on. I have Instagram and I have Facebook and YouTube. So I have one computer running Facebook and YouTube, and I run it on. You're part of the CMOS Buyers Club, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's the club that I started. So I stream on there, and then I also stream on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel called St.Lucian CMOS, and I think CMOS Life, and then I have the Instagram channel. So yeah, that's kind of like, to me, if I was in your shoes, listening to you say you're more of a people person and you like to talk to people and get in your face, use that as your strength to build on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and I would even try to do some kind of local event where you bring people in and to talk about health and wellness and about improving their stuff. Maybe even get someone to talk about mental states and, you know what I mean, mindset. And then, you come in there and give out free CMOS to try.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely have to give out free CMOS to try. That's one of the hooks. Once they try the CMOS, got them.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And then you got the video to video them and their reactions. That's, to me, is some of the best content, is the reaction videos. People trying your CMOS and having a response, and candid ones where it's like you're at a market or whatever, and there's a camera in the background that's not even really you know what I mean, focused on them. So they don't even realize, you know, that's it. So Cappy, you're asking me whose website is pinned? That's my website. I have we just invested in a health food store. We have a health food store called Down to Earth Natural Foods, and it's in Richmond Hill in Toronto. Yeah. So yeah, like, you know what I mean. I think the Matthew and those guys have a lot of good points, and one thing is like, you know, be individual. You know what I mean. Chart your own lane, and I think that part of doing that, and the easiest way to do that is do what you're most comfortable with. Yes, you got to learn how to do stuff. Yes, you're going to have to learn the social media. I'm not saying don't do the social media, but don't make it your focus. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You should always, it's almost like a race. It's a marathon we're running, but the sooner you get in on the track and start running, the sooner you're going to get to the finish line. Do you know what I mean? And if you spend all this time prepping your gear together, like your website, your this and that, and you don't just start running, you're wasting time. I would even start slowly, get something going, and know that you're going to change whatever you got going, because you'll change it as you develop your own market. You find your own niche, the people that are focusing or that are buying from you for you, they will start determining how you need to form your product and whether you market your brand in a sense. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But part of it is just you coming out and being yourself and just doing what you're most comfortable doing. You know, I equate starting a business like you want to go on the dance floor and dance like you're not worried about what other people watching, and those people that see you dancing, the ones that are like you, they will gravitate towards you to the point where after a while you've got the whole dance floor dancing around you, because everybody one pulls in, it starts with one person, then the next person, then the next person. They all pull each in through that law of attraction, you know. So get the ball rolling.
Okay.
So Kappa says, I've been on the track running and I've lost customers since 2020. What do I do? What did I do wrong? You didn't figure out why they left. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably a good reason why they left, whether or not it was better pricing or, you know, better marketing, or they just didn't like your product. Maybe you weren't consistent enough. It's hard to say, you know? I find that sometimes when you stop a business or you don't keep the ball rolling, it's like you're pushing the ball from scratch again.
Yeah, and there's also another thing Matthew was saying. At this point, with COVID going on, and you know how Transformation, I think that's their company is?
Yeah, Seamoss Transformation.
Yes, how they basically went on Shark Tank and stuff like that. Because now people starting to learn Seamoss and stuff. A lot of people got to keep aware that these people who learning about Seamoss, they are testing out Seamoss companies. Like, they'll go to this Seamoss company, you know, test out their gel, see their shipping, their packaging, customer service, and stuff. And then they will go to another one, and then another one. And right now, people are trying to look for, I guess, the right people who they can supply from. So it's like, it might be just because of that too.
Yeah.
That's something that they said. So it's like, when you selling it, it's just, I know they said it's good to try to make a great impression, and not just make a great impression the first time. Make it, you know, like, you know, multiple times. So like you said, gain their trust. Because once they can trust you, of course, you already know you got a loyal customer. You know, I'm going to stay right. You got that type of customer. I'm going to stay right here because I know that they going to give me what I want and stuff like that.
Sometimes they're even just waiting for you to call them. Like, I've called customers and they're like, oh, you know, I forgot about you. And people go in phases. They're on Seamoss, they're off Seamoss, they're on Seamoss. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, and that right there, I also did that too. Recently, I just rebranded my business. It's a customer I have, and they came. They was buying Seamoss from me, And next thing you know, I was like, I haven't received, any orders from this person. So of course, what I did is, like you said, they wait on you to call them. I just sent them an email. Like, sent I sent a mass email to everybody and stuff. And of course, like you said, they eventually end up coming back.
Yeah, I even think that without knowing what he's doing, there's a strong possibility that part of the reason why he's losing all these people is because he hasn't done enough to build new business. You know what I mean? Like you said, people are trying the Seamoss. They're going around. I'm just going to pull up my analytics to see, because I'd like to see what my year to date is for customer, like returning customers. So there, look, my return. So year to date, I have a 22% customer return rate. Do you know what I'm saying? So if I relied on all those customers to return, I'd run out of business quickly, because only 20 of them stay for whatever reason. Do you know what I'm saying? Here's another metric number that I think is important to know. My conversion rate is 2.68. So that means, like, for every 100 people that visit the website, I get two and a half orders, or 2.6, 2.7, just under 2.7 orders. You know what I mean? So I need to have like 500 people, or you know what I mean? Like, say I get 300 people on the site times 2.68%. That's 8 orders. Do you know what I mean? So this is what I'm talking about, and this is like almost like a mathematical equation. It's always, they say, like, if your conversion rate is under 2%, then that's when you have to look at your website and your photos and stuff like that, because the traffic that you're sent, or not even that, you have to look at the website and the design and the photos, but also the traffic that you're sending, because the quality of the traffic that you send to your site really matters on whether or not you're making a sale. Okay, so you could have the perfect website with all these designs, but if you send a type of traffic that is against, say, clean cut websites, or they don't want something that has a corporate feel, and they're looking for more of a mom and pop kind of thing, and you send them to your website, and your website's all clean, crisp, and shit, they're gonna have a negative experience, and they're not gonna buy from you. Do you know what I mean? So it's almost like, if you're gonna go for that type of website, you got to make sure that the source of business or traffic that you get is coming from a source that is looking for a site like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like you don't want to send people from the ghetto to go to Beverly Hills to look. They're just not going to be comfortable. You know what I mean? And vice versa. Mm-hmm. I know that was a bad analogy, but I tried.
No. I understand.
Yeah, and that's where it's important to know your audience, because you know what I mean.
Yeah,
you're trying.
In other words, you're saying you don't want to bring Crenshaw to Beverly Hills.
Yeah, and vice versa. Because they'll go there. Like, I've done it. I've had friends that have, they've never been to a fancy restaurant. You take them to a fancy restaurant, they're not happy. You know what I mean? They don't like the portions. The food isn't looking good. It's not what they want. They're like, give me some, some chicken fingers. And it's even like taking a kid to a fancy restaurant. Do you know what I mean? You take a kid to a fancy restaurant, they're not going to be comfortable. Same as you take a fancy person to Chuck E. Cheese. They're going to flip out,
Yeah.
Wear the hood, wear the hood, wear the hood at me. Got in the cut where the wood at. I don't know, maybe he's saying lyrics.
Yeah.
So
I looked at it too. I was like, okay.
So his question, though, the captain says, how do I always get new customers? By always putting yourself in the front and face of people.
Yeah.
Oh, DMX, he's quoting a DMX lyric. But yeah, that's how you get new customers. You put them in the face and you talk about Seamoss. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel like even you doing these face-to-face things is better for you, because the more you talk to them, the more you're going to get comfortable in. I'll give you an example. I was never this good at social media. I sucked. I was not even comfortable. The social media was not my thing. You know what I mean? What I did know was that I wanted to be like know a lot, and so I focused on the knowledge. And I figured that if I had the knowledge and the experience in talking, then everything else would just carry itself. And so when I first did these live streams, you can go on to this account on Instagram. I don't even show my face for the first like 40 or 50 videos. It's just me talking, showing sunset. And I picked the time to do it at a time where no one would be watching, because I figured if it sucked, I could delete it and no one would know the wiser. You know what I mean? And that's where I got my practice. But all that time while I was doing that, I was reaching out to people, messaging people, doing what I knew how to go out and get business, and just hit just the pound the pavement, knock on doors. Because I worked in real estate, right? And for me, how I get some of my best clients is just walking down a street and talking to strangers. Yeah, like I've gotten some of my best business from people that I've never met, that I walked up to a door and knocked on it. So I know that the prospecting, it pays. It's just a grind. You know what I mean? Really, with advertising, that is meant to just grind more without you having to do the grinding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Cap was asking you, do you get your customers from your storefront?
So the storefront, I know, because I just got this store, and we don't even sell Seamoss. Like, I just put Seamoss in there 2 days ago. And I mean, frankly, we just got the store, like we just signed the papers 3 days ago. So this week, I haven't owned it longer than a week. So we've never got that. Where I've gotten our business from is mainly hitting people up on Instagram and getting them to go look at my my Instagram page.
Yeah.
You spend half an hour on my Instagram page, you're gonna want to, and if you're my kind of clientele, you're gonna want to buy Seamoss from me. You're gonna want to be my friend. You know what I mean? So because I put myself totally out there, that's who I am. That's what you know to expect. You know what I mean? And I give you an opportunity to either like me or not. You know what I mean?
Understood.
Yeah. And so once they like me, that's my target market. That's you know what I mean? The ones that make me most happy doing business with. Those are the guys I can shoot the shit and we can talk about whatever. You know what I mean? Like Moss Boss 2020. You know what I mean? He's like, that's the kind of guy I like to talk to. You know what I mean? Where it's not all like, square. You know what I mean? It's like we're just having fun, man. I want this business to be fun for me. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. And that right there is understandable because, nobody wants to do anything that's not fun because, of course, if you do something that's not fun, then you're not going to you ain't going to be 100% to it. You ain't going to put like 110% into the job. You're going to just, half it, that people will say. So, yeah, that's one thing that's one thing that I also agree, you have to have fun. If you're not having fun with it, then it's like it's best to, do something that you do like.
So Kevin says, I want to be able to pay my bills and get out of debt. Then do it. Do it. You know what I mean? Come up with the plan on how you're going to make it happen. And then what are you going to do in exchange for what they're going to give to you? And, the best book I've ever read is a book called Think and Grow Rich. I encourage everybody.
I heard about that book.
You got to read it. You got to read it, and you got to follow every single sort of lesson or technique that they teach you in that book, because that book is the blueprint for understanding how to raise your vibrations and how to manifest and transmute your thoughts into reality.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's sometimes hard for me to explain, because I make it seem like people, just do it. You know what I mean? right? But there is a science behind it. Think and Grow Rich, not Think and Grow Rich, RICH. But there's like a method behind making these things happen. But I've done it so much that it's, to me, it's like rubbing two sticks together. Like my thoughts you know what I mean? Like I think about wanting to do something and it comes and it happens. That's how quickly it is. But because I know the steps that I need to have, you know what I mean? The focus, the faith, the desire, the belief, the sacrifice, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All these things are required to make, basically, to take the world and bend it to your will. You know?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I had to correct it. For some reason, my phone had changed it.
Yeah.
It put Think and Grow Rich, and I was like, oh no, it had changed it.
But when you think about it, like, you know, in this world, all our thoughts eventually convert into reality. Look at this watch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 30 years ago, or maybe 50 years ago, there was videos of guys talking on their watch on a two-way, Dick Tracy. Now I can do that. Do you know what I mean? That was a thought. Someone put the thought, and now it turned into the reality. You know what I mean? The reason. Sorry?
I'm getting the book right now.
Yeah. The reason why it took so long is because the desire to actually make it happen wasn't there. But at some point, someone took the thought and said, put the desire behind it and transmuted it into the physical. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the power of desire.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And you'll learn also in the book the power of words and how our words control our subconscious and what we say. That's why you say affirmations and all that kind of stuff. It's because it's getting into you have your conscious brain and you have your conscious subconscious, and they're all controlled by a thing called the paradigm. And the paradigm is the subset of rules that you have that govern these are all the things of why you do things without realizing why you do it. The things that you do, the reaction stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so you need to be able to take your physical mind and control your subconscious mind, because all the power is within the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the one that makes things happen without you even seeing them happen. You know what I mean? And so you got to really need to study and understand your subconscious and how to break current paradigms and rebuild new ones. That's where I'm trying to learn right now, is how do I break my old habits and form new, stronger habits that bring me higher to where I need to go.
Yeah, I understand. It's last week I had shared something on Facebook. You don't decide your future, you decide your habit, and your habit decides your future.
Mm-hmm.
And because a lot of people be like, you know what, I'm gonna do this, this, and this, and this, and this, and I'm like, okay, cool, man. Okay, you can do that. But in order for you to do it, you're gonna have to change some of your habits you do, because in order to get to that stage, you gotta be a person that you never imagine yourself of being.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's something I also agree with what you were saying.
Well, I think to even go further deeper, it's not just your habits, it's your choices. This is what I've always told people, is that your life is completely affected by your decisions. You know what I mean? Whether you decided to do something or you decided not to do something, that is why you are the way you are. And if you want to change your life, you need to look at your decisions and what are you deciding to do and what you're not doing, and change some of those. You might not have to change all of them, but you have to significantly change your life. You almost have to flip it so that everything you used to do, you stop doing, and the stuff that you wouldn't do, you start doing. Do you know what I mean? Because that's how you change like a 180. You know what I mean? And you break these old habits. They're the choices. You know what I mean? Your choice to get up at 6 o'clock as opposed to 5 o'clock. That's a result that's a choice. Do you know what I mean? You're going to have a different outcome if you chose to get up at 5. Do you know what I mean? Your choice to sleep until 8. Do you know what I mean? That's why you have the results that you have. It's the choices. You know what I mean? And success is something that's copied. So if you choose to copy someone else, that's successful, you will get their success. You know what I mean? Like if you live the life of Bill Gates and what he does every day, you're going to have the results that Bill Gates has.
Yeah, that's something. That's something I also agree into. That's also something that the class I am. That's also something that was mentioned to in class to everybody that's that's joining.
Mm-hmm.
They also Janet and Matthew also kind of voiced the same thing. Like they was talking about transformation or even plant-based Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
How they say with them being successors and everything, and don't be upset and be like what they succeeded. I'm not going to succeed. They was trying to let everybody know, no, you can succeed. You can actually learn from them. You can go go snoop around their website and stuff. And of course, you spend time on someone's website, you will learn how to get successful, and you can also mimic it.
Yeah.
And get yourself successful, and that's what they was telling me.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But then some ways you're kind of falling into that trap. Unless you put your own real strong spin in it, you're falling into the trap of being like the others. But this is what I feel, is that even with all that stuff, if you, and I've said this before, if you don't put the desire and the energy and the time in it, all that stuff means nothing. You could copy everything off everybody's sense. Have an expert come in and consult to you and say, oh, these are the best points of everything. But if you don't put the activity and the action behind it, like I'll say this, you see that guy, Seamoss Transformation, he's a friend of mine. I've spoken to him a lot, and he shared to me like all the work that he's done, right? And he deserves every single thing he has. That guy is probably, I thought I was the hardest working guy in Seamoss. That guy takes my crown hands down. Do you know what I'm saying? And so to me, it's like, if you can't even do half of what he's doing, you can't even expect to be anywhere near his space. Do you know what I'm saying? So he and I guess that's what it is. If anything, you should look at him and say, this is what I need. This is the amount of energy and effort that I need to put behind my business. That guy worked so hard, he was hospitalized.
Oh wow.
Okay. I know this. I'm not working anywhere near his level.
But you almost there though. You're gonna get there.
But, well, I'll say this. I'm not trying to work as hard as he is. I'll be straight. Do you know what I mean? I'm on it for different reasons, different needs, different wants. You know what I mean? His why is what's fueling him. You know what I mean? My why is fueling me in a different direction. You know? And so mine and maybe I do need to put more effort into it. You know what I mean? Maybe I do need to work harder and stuff. And, maybe seeing him, well, I'll say this, watching him and being around him has definitely helped sharpen my iron and helped me realize, okay, I thought I was at a certain point, but I need to work harder. You know what I mean? And if, I'm not, like, I'm gauging how much effort how much he's worked compared to how much I've worked, and realize, okay, you know what I mean? There's a reason why he's where he is and I'm where I am. You know what I mean? And if I want to get there, then I need to apply those, like, are you ready to shut everything out in your life and turn down all your friends and families? And when they tell you, let's go do that, like you be a solo person hanging by yourself, only talking to yourself, doing things by yourself for, say, the next 3 to 4 months? Because that level of dedication is probably what you would need to get to a point where you're selling $500,000 in sales a month. Realistically.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So now it puts into perspective why this guy is making $6 million a year. Do you know what I mean? Because he cut everybody off. He focused only on what he wanted to accomplish, and he put himself first and worked his ass off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did not quit to the point where he was, up for 3 days straight working, almost collapsing to get the job done. That's dedication, bro. You know what I mean? And that's sacrifice. And when you read the book Think and Grow Rich, you'll find that those are the key components in order for God to bestow their blessing. God is never going to bless you with something that you're not ready for.
Yeah.
And so if you're not ready to put in 3 days of on your feet, grinding work, you're not going to get the fucking business that's going to bring $6 million. I'm sorry. That's a fact. At least in my world, it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not to say you can't get there. You know what I mean? But know the commitment of what it takes to be in that space.
Yeah.
It's hard work. But the good thing is
Yeah.
this market is huge, and there's rooms for probably 1,000 Alexios. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing 6 million sales, and he hasn't even left North America or United States. You know what I mean? And not everybody. And look at this, he's doing that amount of sales, and it's not affecting anybody else's sales.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, how many people have you gone into their house and seen Seamoss transformation on their counter or in their fridge? None.
I don't yeah. Yeah.
I know I haven't seen anybody, you know what I mean? And so that tells me that the market is so huge that he can operate and comfortably grow. And like it's like not to say that there's no competition, but there's no need to be overly competitive. We should be pushing each other, and that's why I applaud what Matthew and Janine's doing, because they're giving tools for guys like you to start building more of your business. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're going to inspire other people, and those people are going to inspire other people, and they're going to realize how easy it is to start a business. Because the one thing that you're not really kind of clicking in is this is all lessons. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether you're selling Seamoss and you're selling widgets, or you're selling beetroot powder, it's all the same concept. You got to figure out where your market is. You got to figure out who they are, how much they want to pay for the product, what they want the product to look like. You know what I mean? You're learning all this stuff now, and all this stuff can be reapplied to any other product.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And so what these guys are really doing is helping to liberate our black. I'm going on a rant here, but do you know what I'm saying? Like they're giving us the tools. Like, to me, this is what we need to do as black people more of. You know what I mean? Stop worrying about whether or not you're taking business from us, and just worry about helping each other out.
Yeah.
Because once we grow to a certain point, we're going to start taking more control of things. You know what I mean? I believe that life is a big game, right? And you got to know the rules on how to play the game. And frankly, in my opinion, us black people, instead of trying to master the rules, we've just been complaining about the rules and how they're not unfair. But life isn't fair. So figure out the rules. Let's band together. And could you imagine if all black people decided to lay down all their differences and try and their distrust for one another, and try to trust each other, and just help each other for the righteous good? How much our lives would change.
Yeah.
So it takes one person at a time, I think. And so, like I said, these guys doing this, giving you guys the tools so that you can build. And I hope that you take the information that not only that they're giving you, but the stuff that I'm giving you, and when you see the opportunity to share it with someone else, that you do it. It's almost like your duty. You know what I mean? I feel it's my duty to. God's given me this knowledge and information and this ability to learn it. It is. How do you say it? It's sacrilegious to not share this information and keep it to myself, like it's going to only benefit me and not anybody else. This was a dream just to even start a business. Yeah, that's what Sean was saying. And Kappa says that will never happen. The prophecy says two to three of us won't make it. and only 10% of them will come together to make it. Well, what's a prophecy? You know what I mean? A prophecy is only a prophecy if you believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I believe anything's possible. You know, just like Sean's saying, anything's possible. And you know what it is? It's just we've been brainwashed for so long. You know what I mean? Because I'm in a lot of black action groups or groups where black people are trying to work together to form things. And you know, there's always these things where there's just they need to just trust each other and know, like, you know, I don't know. Maybe we'll switch the subject because it just kind of
After a while, it's gonna end up getting deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yeah. And you're like, shit, I'm not learning anything about Seamoss.
Yeah. It came from Seamoss to, you know.
That's you know, that's my show. That's what happens. You know, we never step on one subject. We go deep. Deep. But so what else? Whatever. Where are you having challenge? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Well, you're still doing pretty well. You know what I mean? You got a good supplier. You know what I mean? You're educating yourself and you're learning the stuff. I still think you go out and do what I was like recommending, and that is find ways to promote your product, you know, person to person, one-on-one, you know?
Yeah.
And get into the new the stuff, like the hair stuff and everything.
Yeah. So right at this moment, the only thing I'm doing right now is one thing I'm doing right now is target marketing. Trying to market in the right people right now. And there is a website that I was just called Answer the Public.
Yes, that's a great website.
And they said, you know, what it would be is say if you like. Matter of fact, I can actually show you how. Well, since you already know about it.
Yeah. Well, here
switch over.
I'll share this.
I'll say like if you go here, you see my screen.
Yep.
And how say if you want, okay, search up Seamoss. So let's say you search up Seamoss, and it will pop up with all this stuff. What our people are searching.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, how I say will, which, why, who. Like, you know, which Seamoss is the best, which Seamoss is the best for weight loss, or which Seamoss, you know, it will ask questions. It will show you what people are searching for.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, what they are looking for.
Yep.
And you know, one thing when I asked Jen and Matthew, they said, you know, you go on that website and, you know, I do most of my research on that. That right there would help me best find, you know, who your target market is and stuff, and who you can aim for. Because if you can go on your stuff and go on your website and you put, you know what, this is my keywords, and they search, and guess what they're gonna do? It's gonna end up finding your website, where your website gonna be the most, not the most click, but it's gonna be an interest. Like, okay, what I'm looking for, this company can, you know, help me with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely see this as a strong tool to use to be able to help identify different audiences that you can market and target to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, like I use this tool as a way to formulate the content. You know what I mean? To know what content. So I'm not doing it now, but the advertising strategy I've used in the past is kind of like a 3-step thing, where I create ads to identify who might be interested in Seamoss, and then from there I find those people that are interested in Seamoss, and then I send them information about Seamoss, and then I eventually send them an offer to go on my website and purchase Seamoss if they haven't done it during that whole time. So it's kind of like a funnel, but it's more of like a system or a strategy in which I move them along this different stuff by identifying them in the different areas. And by doing that, it helps reduce your ad spend, because now you're focusing, you know, you're spending cheap ads in the beginning to find these people, But then when you're finding these people, you're then sending highly targeted ads that are meant to use to convert. And so that's the ad strategy that I use and then I incorporate this answer the public with it. You know what I mean? Like, what does Seamoss taste like? What's Seamoss to buy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe you'll do one where you don't see. There's one here that goes, "What Seamoss does Kim Kardashian use?" Maybe not do a video on that, but mention Kim Kardashian in the video. Do you know what I mean? And put a tag of her name on it or something like that. Like, that's something that I would do. So yeah, this is a good thing, you know.
That is a good tool.
Yeah.
I actually, I guess, since today, because that's the first time I actually heard of it. Since today of using it, actually I already learned a lot from the website already.
Mm-hmm. So Kappa was asking, what's a good price to print labels from? If they're talking about, I was gonna say, if you're talking about shipping labels, I use ClickShip with Shopify. That's the best deal that I've gotten. Or you guys might want to try Pirate Ship. Have you heard of Pirate Ship?
Yeah, I heard of Pirate. I never tried them out.
They're great
because what I've been using from the start is called Shippo.
Okay, yeah, same thing.
Yeah, so I've been using them, and of course my website. So I just try to see who got the best deal.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so Kappa's he's asking labels for the brown bags. I would look for a sticker manufacturer. I
yeah.
You know, I use the cheapest method for printing my labels. I print them on a Brother QL7 label printer, and it's basically like a 4-inch band. It's got some clip art on it, and it just says St.Lucian Seamoss on it with my number.
Or you can use HP because I use HP for mine.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. You can go to Avery Labels and you buy the label packs, and you put them in there, and they have a template and everything for it. Yeah.
Yep. So you can do it. So you can do it with Avery, and I know some people. I guess some people also go to Vista Print since now they starting to make. I guess they just now starting to do it, but with me, they have it a little too expensive. Vista Print since now.
Sorry, say that again. I missed the last one.
You also can use Vista Print. They just now started doing labels, but when it comes to that, those right there, I say with Avery Print or Vista Print, those right there, like, it's kind of a little bit expensive for the stuff, and that's why anybody ever asked me that, I always will aim them to, hey, you know what? It's probably best to buy your own. Just go to the store and buy your own printer, or find a printer that say inkjet.
Mm-hmm.
Be more specific. If you can find a printer that say inkjet, you're more likely going to be good in the long run. Find a printer that say inkjet, and also go to Office Depot and get like you said, Avery. Customize. It's gonna have a code. You go on Avery, you put the code in, and you customize your label, and boom, it's done.
Mm-hmm. And it's easy peasy. Here's another service that these are Canadian guys though, but I think they'll ship to Toronto, or to Toronto, to the States. Is Speedy Tees. SpeedyTees.ca. These guys do labels, t-shirts, embroidery, all kinds of shit. They do customized printing. And that's the thing too, just shop around, find a bunch of customized printers. You know what I mean? Because you never know. Like, I find my best deals like just calling around. You know what I mean?
I know another thing is you also like, say for instance, you got Facebook. Now there's multiple groups on Facebook. Say like small businesses on Facebook. you also can, like, for similar stuff that you ask for, you also can find people with small business who can do it for you at a decent price.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff, because at the end of the day, they try to do the same thing you doing, build your website. Of course, y'all can collaborate with each other and, like, hey, you know what, I can give you, you can do this, I can do this for you,
Mm-hmm.
And that's mostly how a lot of business do work. Like how you see all of these six-figure business or million or multi-billionaire company, they collaborate with one another, to keep them at that,
Mm-hmm.
space.
True. And they help each other, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you grow the business. You network it.
Mm-hmm. But hey, right now, I'm gonna go ahead get off of here.
Okay. Sounds good.
I got a lot of stuff I gotta do as a plan. Planning some stuff for this weekend. I got a lot of stuff I gotta ship out for next week.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Orders are good. You know what I mean?
Well,
hey,
maybe I can join live with you again.
Anytime you want to join live with me, let me know. I always do it Wednesdays and Sundays. Even anytime you just want to call me and talk shit about Seamoss and about business. I love talking about this stuff because even when I'm giving you ideas and stuff, I'm giving myself my own ideas. I'm creating my own creative, I'm practicing my creative ability, and it's building that muscle. So I always like stretching it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. But you have a blessed day, and have a good night.
You too, man. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
You too.
All right, man. Take care.
All right.
Wow, that was a really good discussion. I love when new people come on and we just talk about all kinds of stuff. I know I got a little bit out there on the black shit, but I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? I just hear a lot of people talking stuff, and they say they want this and they say that. When it comes down to it, they're different. They don't put their money where their mouth is. Yeah, Cal, it was a great chat. And so yeah, the store is whatchamacallit is Down to Earth. That's my new store. The new house store. Down in Richmond Hill. Beautiful Richmond Hill. Oh. And so the Kappa says, will they print directly onto my paper Ziploc bag? No, I don't think they will. And it's probably better to order the paper bags with the printing on them from the same place, or else it's going to get expensive. Other than that, I recommend getting like a sticker and just putting the sticker on the bag rather than printing it. It's going to have a better quality. I've been thinking about looking into that though, getting stickers and different stamps. But before I go, I want to thank Seamoss Canoon for sending me these lovely little samples of the beautiful Seamoss that they have. I got some purple Seamoss, I got some green, and I got some mixed colored, and then there was some beautiful gold here too. Really nice smelling. And I'm gonna have to make some Seamoss in the next little bit and do a taste test. Excuse me, of their gels, of their finished product. So there's one bag missing. Where's the last bag? Here it is. There's the last bag. Gotta keep that together. So the Kappa asked me, don't you print directly onto the bags? No, I use a sticker. I print using a brother QL4. Or sorry, a QL700 printer. It's like a basic label printer. I think it prints up to like 2 inches wide, and so I use those to print the labels for the thing. Which reminds me, I was supposed to go to the warehouse today and print a bunch off for my cousin to bag Seamoss, but that didn't happen. So I think maybe I'm gonna go to bed soon and go to bed and get up early and go to the warehouse and finish packing up all those orders. Which reminds me, I want to take a look and see what can go on. And oops, camera dropped it. So it looks like some orders were taken care of. Not enough. I think some of them we probably couldn't do. Let me see. Sorry guys, I'm just doing this quick little job just to see, make sure that most of the work is done. And I still have some orders from last week I need to detail. Not good, not good. I wonder why some of these are not being packaged. I will find out. Find spec. Sorry, I'm just checking to see if there's anybody writing any comments or questions. That is what it is. Well, I don't know. Unless someone else wants to talk. Kappa, you want to come on? Maybe we get into helping you increase some of your sales. But other than that, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I send him an invite. If he comes on. I'm yawning so much, my eyes are watering.
So
Not much. What are you saying?
right now, just because I use Avery, so I just been redoing, as you can see, some of my labels.
They look cool.
Yeah. I was doing all right in 2020, 2021. But 2022, it's been a real struggle.
Yeah.
I just been going to influencers on Instagram and just doing mad videos. And I'm slowly building back up, but it's nothing like it was a year or two.
So how have you changed anything, or are you still doing the same? Because sometimes doing the same thing, it not to say it burns out, but it dries up after a while. You know what I mean? It doesn't give the same results always. Oh, can't hear him. Wait to see. He got a little bit of. Oh, he got lost of bad reception. Maybe he'll come back in a minute. What I'm talking about working, like I'm still selling Seamoss. Like while I'm like on the live streams, I'm selling Seamoss. Like I there's times where I'll be in bed and I will wake up half asleep to message someone in the United Kingdom or like on the other side of Australia or wherever, because they you know what I mean, the time zone and stuff is different. You know what I mean? You have to have that dedication. That's, you know what I mean? It's like hustling. It's like street hustling. You know what I mean? If you don't catch that sale, you don't make that chop, someone else is going to, and you got to be there, be ready. You know what I mean? Like, if I have to say some of the reasons why we're doing so well, it's because people always know that we have CMOS. We always have CMOS. There's not been uh, a time in the last 2 years that we've run out of CMOS. Like, we've always had it, you know? We've run low on it, but you know.
My bad, my phone died.
It's all right. It's all good.
Yeah,
It happens.
but yeah, if anything, I would say I've been making improvements because back in 2020, I was doing Vistaprint, a website through them, and then I upgraded to GoDaddy, and now I'm on Shopify. But I've been steadily improving things. I'm selling herbs encapsulated, and I'm selling like loose formula things so they can get loose formulas.
Mm-hmm. But are you trying to sell the same way that you're selling now since the beginning?
No, in the beginning it was every day was like $1,000, $2,000 days.
No, what I'm saying is the things that you were doing to make that money. Are you still doing the same things, or did you change some things? Like, what's different between now and the times that you made $1,000 a day?
Well, I was working like almost 24/7 because my son was just born. But since then, my daughter was just born the other day, so I basically put in as much time as I can.
But it hasn't been as much as it was before.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's probably a sign. That's probably one of the things. So you now have two options. You could either find a way to get more time to get back to that level to get where it is, or find a way to leverage what you're doing so that you're replacing that time that you were doing that with another activity that may not take as much of your time but produces similar results. You know what I mean? Maybe you need to study advertising. You know what I mean? Understanding like the Facebook audiences and stuff like that, and putting a few dollars into that area to get some business, because you're not there to do the word of mouth yourself. The word of mouth yourself is the cheapest way to do it, and to me, it's the most effective, right? Because you know, it's like it's not costing you money out of your pocket, right? It's just your time, but the ads will cost your money, and if you're not done right, then you're not going to get the results you want. Do you know what I'm saying? So I lean towards always trying to do things face to face over advertising. But since you don't have that option, you might want to start focusing a little bit more on, you know, advertising your products as opposed to doing what you were doing before to get those same amount of sales.
I do have some CMOS in a couple of stores in my area, but I think it's just the area that I'm in. People aren't fully aware of it.
Yeah.
So I feel like the area that I'm in, I'd have to straight do a full study thing.
Yeah.
To let people know exactly what it is.
Or you have to do some things, you know, to like put some signage, or even stand there on a Saturday and talk to people and say, "Have you heard of the CMOS?" You know what I mean? Get some literature to the store so that they can learn. Maybe do a training day to the store staff and say, "Hey, I'm going to come in and teach you guys about CMOS," so that when you're talking to other people or they ask you, because for all you know, like, people are coming in the store and asking, "Oh, what's that? Is that CMOS?" And they're like, "I don't know. Some dude brought this in." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I put a label out in front of it so they have a little nice display to read what it is and what it does and stuff. I've talked to the store about going in there and making CMOS smoothie drinks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely a training would probably help a lot.
But even just get more stores. Like, why do you only have it in this many stores? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is the most?
I'm trying to target like the organic, like Green Star type of stores. Because there's not that many stores like that in my area.
Yeah. Yeah, try them, but don't be afraid to try other stores to see if they work, or grocery stores. You want to go where the traffic is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go to where the traffic is and show them what the product is and why they want it. Maybe get them to try it, and then from there, you know what I mean? It's like I know this. Once people try CMOS, they either like CMOS and they want it more, or they hate it and they never want to touch it again. Do you know what I mean? Am I right or am I wrong?
You're breaking up.
So did you hear me? I was saying that there's two types of people. There's like the type of people that,
I heard you say that.
yeah, once they try CMOS, they either like it or they don't. And I was saying, am I right or am I wrong? You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, so focus on those that want the CMOS. You know what I mean? And find
Have
out.
you been building for years?
Huh?
Have you been building your brand for years?
2 years. 2 years we've been doing this.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. But I put
So are you in an area that CMOS is really popular in?
Well, we sell CMOS all over the world, so we don't limit to just. In fact, in Canada, I sell the least amount of CMOS in Canada. That's probably my smallest market, right? And I know this. There is so much room. Like I know that I could be capturing so much more market. Like I'm not even trying to get in the stores. I'm not trying to be aggressive with all the, because I could start calling everybody up that has CMOS and negotiate a price with them. You know what I mean? I'm kind of more.
Why not?
What?
Why not do that?
Because I believe in playing fair. You know what I mean? I want to give everybody an opportunity to make some money and to grow their business and stuff like that. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could come in and seriously kind of dominate it. Like it would be nothing for me to pull some money out of my savings and spend $10,000-$20,000 on advertising. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not afraid to spend that kind of money and to build up, because I know that's what it takes to scale that business. That's one of the reasons some of these people are not at that level of like Alexio and stuff. It's because when they've made some profits, rather than put the money back into the business, they'll pull it out and spend some money. They'll buy a car, or they'll buy this or buy that, and they won't risk spending $1,000 a day on ads. Like, could you see yourself spending $1,000 a day on ads? No, but you would need to make.
I'm in like the hundreds of dollars a range.
Yes, but you need to get to that point where you are spending $1,000 effectively to get, say, $5,000, $10,000 worth of sales for that day. You know what I mean? And if you're not comfortable spending that, or when it gets to that point, you shy away from doing that, then you're not going to grow. You know what I mean? So I guess my point is, you got to know when to take the risks and when to put it on the line, and just believe in yourself and trust it.
Do you just use Facebook ads? I mean, Instagram ads?
Right now, I don't use. I think the only advertising I'm paying for right now, as we speak, is Google AdWords. I was doing some Facebook ads. I've slowed that down. Reason being is that I don't think before they came out with that new iOS update and stuff, you could run these ads really easy and simple. I started running some of these ads and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. The numbers weren't showing right. The ROAS wasn't, you know what I mean? Like the data that you need to get to make these decisions weren't accurate. So I kind of just turned it down for a bit.
Yeah, I feel like the Instagram algorithm is blocking a lot of my followers from seeing things.
Yeah, probably.
Because it was definitely way different just even a year ago.
Mm-hmm. It's possible. I think you need to I think one of the ways to fight that is you got to put more content, because once you put a certain amount of content out, it's almost like they have to show some of your shit. You know what I mean? Because you're just putting too much stuff. You know what I mean? If you put, if Facebook or if Instagram is showing 1% of your posts, right, and you put out 100 posts, you're only going to show one. But if you put 500 posts out, they're going to show five. You know what I mean? That's 5 times more than what they would have shown before. That's enough to create an impression. You know what I mean? Like to get noticed. So sometimes it's not Instagram's problem. It's just that you're not working hard enough to break through the algorithm.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah. But that algorithm is designed to make you spend money on ads. Not only that, but that algorithm is designed because if they were to show all the shit that's on the internet, most people would get sick of it and they would get off. Think about that. If you had your stuff on, yeah. But the part of the problem is that they're not good at really filtering it, and so they'll filter out some stuff that you really do want to see. You know what I mean? But they're filtering out a whole lot more stuff that you don't want to see. And if you were to see that stuff, you would hate Instagram. You'd be like, this thing sucks. All I have is this crap I don't want to see.
I've been thinking about just focusing on certain products because I have like 30 or 40 different products.
Okay. So what would be your reasoning for focusing on certain products?
Just because when I look on the Shopify, it tells me which products are viewed more and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But so I was thinking about focusing on certain ones.
But do you have a hard time making those? So what do you mean by focusing? When it comes to advertising, focusing on them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dropping the advertisement just on certain ones.
Yes. You should be dropping the advertising on the items that are highly converting, that convert the most, even if it has to be only one product. You know what I mean? If that one product is enough to bring people to the site and make a purchase, even if it's not the product that they came initially looking for, that's badass. That's game. You know what I mean? That's what you want. The whole key is to drive traffic to your website. You know what I mean? You need to find the most cost-effective method that achieves the most results. That's the challenge. You know what I mean?
But like I'm steadily figuring out ways to upgrade things too.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're running your ads, are you running them through the Facebook Manager, or are you hitting the boost post?
I'm hitting the boost.
Bad.
Is it good?
No, you don't want to do that at all. You want to get into the Facebook Manager, and the reason why, and you got to get the pixel on your website. So the reason why you're probably not getting as many results from those ads that you're running is because when you're doing the boost post, what they're doing is they're just throwing your ad out. It's like the equivalent of a billboard, right? And if, all the traffic that's driving by the billboard sees the billboard, but if none of that traffic is interested in Seamoss, then you just wasted that billboard, right?
So it's not targeting the people that
at all. It just throws it to the first 5,000 people they think will like the page, or that will look at it, but not necessarily people that are. Mm-hmm. This is where
I feel like my advertising money I've been
spending it. So this is where I was telling you earlier about my kind of like 3-point strategy, where I identify the people, I educate the people, and then I convert the people. And so you want to identify them using really cheap ads. Like I put the lowest cost per click. I don't need to be the number one in the feed or whatever. As long as you see my ad, that's all that matters, right? And in those ads that I'm running, it's more about like, do you like Seamoss? Have you heard Seamoss does this? Do you know? And so find out, click this to find more information about Seamoss. That's the general topic. Whatever the thing is, you take it from you let the people speak or whatever. You take those questions and use those, right? But the overall premise is that, I forget what I just said, but you know what I said.
You use Shopify?
Yes, put the pixel in Shopify.
Yeah, I'm new to Shopify. I switched over maybe like a month or two ago. Maybe not even 2 months.
Shopify is amazing, but one of the things you need to add with Shopify is Klaviyo.
What's that?
It's an email messaging system that helps you.
What's it called? Can you text it in the?
Yeah, Klaviyo. It's KLAVI. There, Klaviyo.com. And so it's free for the first few members or whatever. But what this thing does, it's like a customer relationship manager on steroids, and it will track everything your customers do on that site, right? And then it will allow you to send messages.
KALVI.com.
Yeah, I put it in the link there.
Okay.
KLAVYIO, Klaviyo. And so it will allow you to send messages, create different user lists. You can put in sign-in forms and stuff like that. It can basically, you can tell it to create a list of all the people that have bought full spectrum Seamoss in the last 6 months. 1 ounces and 2 ounces packages only. You can narrow the list that narrow. You can say, send an email to all the people that have visited my website in the last 24 hours and looked at the gold Seamoss product. You know what I mean? You can even see when they've opened the emails, when they, didn't, what they did on the website, when they viewed it, blah, blah, blah. It's got so...
It sounds like it's similar to, have you ever heard of SMS Bump?
It's kind of like SMS Bump, but it's got the emails and the stuff in it. I haven't really explored much about SMS Bump, but the research that I've done is that this is like the dawn of all of them. It does everything. You know what I mean? It's like where SMS Bump might just send SMS stuff to it. This guy does SMS. It does campaigns. It does email flows, and so like you can create like an extensive abandoned cart flow, which will determine based on the person's activities or actions what emails get sent to them next.
Oh wow, yeah. So I should get rid of SMS then and just go with that.
Well, check it out first before you get rid of it. You know what I mean? Because I'm not an SMS expert, and for all I know, they could be just as good at. This is like everybody says Klaviyo is the best. Doesn't mean it is. You know what I mean? You got to look at both products and see which works best for you, because what the best is subjective. Do you know what I mean?
I'm gonna definitely check it out.
Yeah, definitely check it out. See if it can work for you, and if not, you know what I mean. It doesn't. If it does, then power to the people. But I love it.
I got Twig, but I don't know. I'm thinking about getting rid of that.
Who? Twig?
Yeah,
what is that?
Viral Sweep giveaway contests.
I haven't heard any of those. But some of those are pretty popular. Even like that one that they do the wheel on it. I've never been a fan of it, but I know a lot of people like spinning the wheel and get a discount or something like that.
Which one is that?
I forget what it is.
Actually, I think Viral Sweep does do that.
Yeah, that's I think with the prize wheel or whatever. But no matter what you do, it has to push trust on the site. People have to trust you.
What do you think about affiliate marketing?
Okay. I think you can make good money on it. Huh?
Have you ever tried it?
Oh yeah. Affiliate marketing's been around for like fucking decades. That's why I laugh sometimes when I watch some of these guys promote the stuff like funnels and all this other stuff. It's like, you know what I mean? You take the same thing and re-slap a name on it and suddenly it's revolutionary. It's all the same shit. You know what I mean? And it's about maintaining, like when it comes to affiliate marketing, your strength is in your mailing list. You know what I mean? The better that you have on a mailing list, the more people you can do. But bro, there's a whole fucking market that people are not exploring that they could be making money in the affiliate marketing. Have you ever heard of ClickBank?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Bro, go on ClickBank. You want to make some money? ClickBank is the shit. So what ClickBank is it's basically, say I want to do a course on Forex trading. You know what I mean? I want to teach people how to do. So I put this course together. I got some videos and blah blah blah. I go on the internet and I sell it for like $4.99. But if you get it now, it's $97 or whatever. I can go to ClickBank and sell that product, and I can get people to do the marketing and selling for that product. And usually what happens is that I say it's $97, I would get 60, the marketer would get 30. You know what I mean? And you could be hitting those 30s all day. All you need is 10 guys a day to make $300. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
and when you have these lists, getting the 10 guys a day to buy is not difficult. You know, it's just building it up and getting the knowledge and learning. There's a guy called johnchow.com.
Yeah, I have a version right now, but I don't know if I really like it. So I've been looking at different.
Try this guy. Check out this guy called johnchow.com. This guy has been in the business since like for the last 22 years. You know
what is he on YouTube?
He's on YouTube. He's on Facebook. He's on Twitter. He's this Chinese guy from Vancouver, and I've watched this guy make millions of dollars selling affiliate marketing and affiliate marketing packages on how to access these different markets. And then they go and they push these products through mailing lists and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And like I said, you put there's conversion rates like 2%. So you put out a million people, a list that big, you're going to get sales. 2% of that million will come back to you.
I got like 4 sales right now.
Nice.
But not new. Like I used to have to be up all day and all night nonstop 2 years ago.
Well,
trying to get back to that point.
But what are you doing 2 years ago that you're not doing now?
I think primarily because everything was shut down and everyone was at home and being able to be on Instagram. Seeing that in the algorithm, because I'm basically doing the same thing. I might just not give it as much time as I used to.
Well,
that's about the difference.
That could be it. It could be something where the difference between putting 5 hours and 4 hours results in 90% of your sales.
Sounds like it.
So you remember earlier I was talking about Think and Grow Rich, the book?
Yeah, I wrote that down.
Yeah, so in one of the first chapters, they talk about a story about stopping 3 feet shy of gold. And he tells a story about how this guy, in the gold rush, they went in rush to get all this gold, and they were making all this money, and then all of a sudden, the money dropped. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, bam, they can't find it. And then they start drilling around, and, drilling deeper, and they couldn't fit. And finally, just, at a certain point, they give up, and they're like, fuck it. Let's sell equipment, this and this and that. And they give it to this junk guy. And then the junk guy hires an engineer, and the engineer goes in and looks and sees that, that there these gold lines go in faults. And if they had just moved 3 feet over, they would have hit the gold. And so the guy does that and makes it. And so the point of the story is that always when you're at the point of about to give up, that's when you need to push a little bit farther, because the gold is always on the other side. And anytime I've ever pushed myself beyond that point where I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to give up, and I push beyond that, that's when I hit gold. And that's how I know the story's true, because I've lived it. You know what I mean? And so my point is like, you sometimes, you doing 4 hours, you're 1 hour short of gold.
That's what it feels like.
So then find a way to put 6 hours in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Do a little bit more than what you think it needs, because it's definitely more competitive than it was before. You know what I mean? And so if you were doing 5 hours, you probably will have to do 6 hours. And that's why you're doing 4 hours is producing like no results, because it's too far away from 6, which is really where you need to be. Even though 5 was okay 2 years ago, it's, it's inflation.
Yeah, it's good. I definitely see a lot more people doing this now than I did just even 2 years ago.
But that might be even an angle too to work on. Is how do you supply to the people that want to get into the business? Maybe that's a role that you need to switch now. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you've been in it a lot longer. You have the experience. Do you know what I mean? Why are you trying to compete with these guys that are fighting with you on the lower level or that beginner's level when you could be moving up and teaching people how to do the business and making some extra money by supplying that market? You know what I mean? You can come to a guy like me and work out a deal on selling bulk. You know what I mean? Why not? I'll even do a deal with you to do drop shipping. You know what I mean? You just get me the orders and send them to me, and I'll cut you a split. I wonder if his phone died.
When you think about drop shipping,
I was saying there's ways that we can work out a deal to do drop shipping, where I charge you a set price for the CMOS. You don't have to buy the CMOS, but when you get an order, you call me. Like I usually do it for £5 and more, right? So we'll work out a price, and you get an order for £5 or £10 or even £50. You call me up and you're like, this is the pound I order. You give me the address, I ship it out to you, and you send me the money.
Yeah, I could look at something like that. I was doing St.Lucian Seamoss.
Yeah.
But then I ordered this. If you can see it, I ordered this. Let me turn on the light. I ordered some Condas cryptos.
Nice.
Ever since then, I've just been sitting on mad pounds. There's 50 pounds there. I probably sold maybe 10 of it, so it's probably 40 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got this over here. And I don't really like the Condas cryptos because I thought it was gonna sell more, but it seems like the St. Lucian sells the best.
Yeah, and that's why all those
50 pounds of that too.
Yeah, and that's why all those Condors Christmas sellers, they hate us. Because in their mind the CMOS is supposed to be better, and yet everybody chooses the other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's what I thought. So as soon as I get this off, I'm definitely going back to just buying St. Lucian.
Yeah. Because you got to understand, there's a certain customer type for that St. Lucian, and they're more than it is for the Condorus. A lot of times, those people that are trying the Condorus, they're getting to that only after they've been taking CMOS or a certain level. You know what I mean? Like they get to a certain level, and that's when they decide that they want the Condorus. Now, there's nothing wrong with the Condorus. There's nothing wrong with the St. Lucian. They're both good CMOSs. You know what I mean? It's just one is more palatable by those that are new to CMOS.
The St. Lucia is better for advertising. It's prettier.
Yeah, it's a lot nicer than Ireland. Yeah, for sure. But that just shows you how crazy this planet is. That we buy our CMOS not based on the quality, but based on the tropical pictures of where it comes from.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy.
It's life, though. It is what it is.
But yeah, I definitely like Shopify better than GoDaddy.
Oh yeah, Shopify kills GoDaddy, blows it out the water.
I just gave my GoDaddy website to my wife. She makes ears and stuff. I was like, here, take this.
Nice. We got Watson back on the group. I think. Did you charge your phone, or what happened, Watson?
Oh no, I had to deal with the kids, and then my wife she needed me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's a CMOS that I know I usually get, and see if you know anything about it.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta figure out what the name of it called, because that's not an easy name to say.
No, I'm laughing because it looks like you're calling from your car, and it's like when you're passionate about CMOS, because look at me, I'm ready. I can't even talk CMOS in the house because it's so late. I have to stay outside. Is everybody sleeping in your house? Is that why you're in the car? Watson, I'm talking to you.
Oh, say what?
No, I was
Can you hear
talking.
me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I
Can
couldn't
you
hear
see
you.
that? You see this name? I don't know how to say it.
Garcilaria or Capiciva averez?
That
It's a K, right?
one.
Yeah, Capiciva averez. It's basically the new word for Eukinema.
That is a good. That,
Huh?
and that is a good like a good type of Seamoss.
Yeah. Yeah, it's typically what's sold mostly in St. Lucia.
Mm.
That's the species in St. Lucia. Capiciva averez, or they also call it Eukinema cottini.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yo, and I just heard I was just hearing y'all talking about Crispus Hundreds. That's what it's called.
Yeah, Chondrus crispus.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with my brother-in-law, and he was telling me how the price for £1, he had saw a price for £1 over $100-some.
They
And
sell
when
it.
he told me that, I said $100-some just for £1.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that. And then he had shown me a picture, to show me like what it looked like, and I said that don't even look like sea moss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely looks weird.
Yeah. And stuff, cause I've been seeing it on sea moss groups and stuff like that. I just never said nothing. Cause I knew if I said something, they're probably gonna start an argument, and I'm not into that little argument type thing.
I
So I
know.
was like, I was gonna say, man, what is that? They ain't even sea moss, because I know one of the biggest things I hear is everybody trying to figure out. They trying to find a sea moss supplier who's selling real sea moss versus fake. Because you got some people who selling fake sea moss. Like I had a coworker, he came to me and he said the last time he tried sea moss and he ordered some that he soaked it, he put it in the blender, and it wouldn't blend.
Okay.
What type of sea moss was that?
I don't know, but he said it was rubber. That's what he was telling me.
I don't know. See, this is the thing. First of all, there's no such thing as fake sea moss. I don't believe anybody out there is producing sea moss that's fake. There is low quality sea moss. There's commercially derived sea moss that's produced on a commercial level. You know what I mean? And when you're when you're producing sea moss like 5 to 10 tons a month or a week or whatever, you can't put the same care as you would if you were only producing 100 or 200 pounds. That's the difference between some markets and St. Lucia's markets. We're very sort of like on the craft level. Like we're not doing it on large system scales. So the quality is a lot better because it's more of like the difference between handmade and a machine made, right? And so a lot of the CMOS that people identify as fake is actually just low quality commercial CMOS. Usually that's too moist, that hasn't been dried enough, and that's where the loss of value is. But if you look back to almost everybody that started in CMOS and that are passionate about CMOS, they've at one time or another gotten what they would call fake CMOS, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they still got results enough to like the CMOS. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if the CMOS was fake and it did nothing for you, people should be like literally rejecting it when they get it. But they take it, and you know what I mean.
I have people in one of the stores that I sell to, and the workers tell me that people come in. That one guy came in, he was talking about that this is probably fake sea moss and it's not grown on in the sea or anything like that. And I'm like, how would he even say that? Like he didn't even, without even looking at it and inspecting it.
Yeah.
Like even stuff that they say is full grown usually comes. It's still moist. It's not all the way dry.
He's not qualified to make that statement. Literally,
That's like customers that I don't want to do it.
I get it.
I ain't trying to argue with someone about that.
Then don't. You know what I mean? But usually, what I do is I do argue with them and I educate them, because to me it's like, they're either going to get it or they don't. If I teach them and they don't get it, then okay, beat it. You know what I mean? Next. But usually what happens, for me at least, is I will have a guy, I have lots of guys call me every day to shit on me about that stuff. And then when I start educating them and they see, okay, this guy's not scared, he's holding his ground, he must know something. You know what I mean? Because I don't how do you say it? I don't hesitate at all. I go right on him. Like, you don't know what you're talking about, because that's the truth. None of these guys have been in the water. They've never even seen real fake sea moss. Like, what is fake sea moss? Do you know what I mean? How do you make fake sea moss? Like, in order for sea moss to be fake, it needs to be made out of something that's not sea moss. And then here's the second thing. Okay, yes, it's grown in a pool. What?
I was just playing. I was just joking. I said rubber.
Yeah.
Because the other dude said he got sold something that didn't blend up or something.
Yeah, but see, this is a natural product, and sometimes the sea moss will be like thick and fibrous, and it'll be hard to break down. You know what I mean? Sometimes they're in a reproductive state where they have a lot of these little bumps and stuff on them, and those bumps don't blend up good. You know what I mean? Plus, the guy could have been an idiot and didn't know how to blend sea. Like, everybody assumes that they're experts at what they do, but people make mistakes. We're not perfect. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But I know this: if there's no one going around running a fake CMOS operation trying to hide the fact that the CMOS is fake. Do you know what I mean? And the mere fact that we don't see these businesses operating tells me that they don't really exist. The only person who has ever talked about pool-grown CMOS is Dr. Sabi. So think about that. How has only one person in the world have this information?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good subject to get on. And you know, the crazy thing about it is there's a lot of people who sell sea moss. They like to use his name, Dr. Sabi this, Dr. Sabi that, Dr. Sabi this. And you know, one thing about it, I've been searching up a lot of things about Dr. Sabi, and then it came to the point like, hold on, how come y'all can find this information, but I can't?
Yeah.
So you tell them, it's like in a way, they kind of using him by using his name in order to sell their products.
Yep.
So it's like, that's why I came to the point, I said, so y'all telling me Dr. Sabi did this, my thing is this. Are you just selling this product just for a hustle, just for you get money, or are you selling this product to actually help people? Which one?
For a hustle, most part. Either way, they've decided that they don't need to learn more than what's on the surface. Like, some people, like, they're new to business, right? And they really don't, like, sure, they want to heal people, sure, they want to help people out, but they don't want to spend the time to learn the stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, the information's out there. You know what I mean? There's lots of information. Just no one wants to go out and look for it themselves. It's easier for them, for some reason, to find someone else and jump on what they're doing.
Yeah.
Or whatever they're saying. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's a marketing thing. People want Dr. Sabi. They're talking about Dr. Sabi this, Dr. Sabi that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like, to me, it's like, if you're selling CMOS, know your product. Know what you're selling. Know why it's good. You know, what makes it good. And all of that. And then, you know, just stand on your own 2 feet and be independent. This is what, like, I don't need Dr. Sabi's fucking sign off to know that CMOS is good.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Why do you need his sign off? Learn the information yourself and sign yourself off. You know what I mean? You be the expert. There's no reason why you shouldn't be. You know what I mean? But I think another reason why this happens is because people don't believe in themselves enough. It's easier for them to believe in someone else. Think about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They you know what I mean? Like, rather than say these are the nutrients and this is it's Dr. Sabi approved. How is it Dr. Sabi approved? Dr. Sabi didn't even know what he was approving. Do you know what I mean? If you watch the videos, he doesn't get the species right. You know, and that's not to say anything negative about him. It's just facts. You know what I mean? Everybody's confused as to what he really said. I wish he was alive. I really do. He would end a lot of arguments. I even think that he would probably come in and be like, no, this is what I meant, or oh, this is what I thought, but now times change and there's new information I didn't know, so I changed my opinion. Like, people can do that, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you driving?
You're I think either mine or your stuff is going in and out.
Oh, you know what? Maybe it's this. Is this better like this? I think it's because of where I'm holding the iPhone. I find that if I have it too close to my computer, it will sometimes it won't give a good reception. Is that better?
Okay. I can hear you better.
Yeah, I think it was the
Yeah,
fan.
because at first it's like it's going in and out. It's like I hear you say something and you go quiet, and say something quiet.
Yeah, it was doing the same on mine.
Yeah, I think it's the device. I had it propped up against the computer.
You getting tired?
Yeah, man, it's like 1:30, and I've been up since 6 this morning.
Is Easter time over there?
What do you mean Easter time?
Huh?
Did you say Easter or Easter?
Easter.
Yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time. I'm in Toronto. I'm not in St. Lucian.
Oh, I thought. Yeah. No, I thought over there in Toronto y'all have like more Pacific time or something like that.
No. Eastern Standard Time in Toronto.
Because Toronto is near like Washington, right?
DC? Washington, D.C.?
Because I know my sister, she stayed in Washington, and I think, she's more like Pacific time, I think so.
But in Washington State or Washington City?
She's in the state.
Yeah, no, that's more on the West Coast. That's closer to Vancouver.
Yeah, Vancouver, yeah.
Yeah, so that's closer to Vancouver. I'm not that... I'm more on the East Coast. I'm closer to New York. Yeah.
Yeah. So you come in, so do you come like to the states, visit any states and stuff?
No, I've never.
Do you go visit St. Lucian?
Yeah. I was just in St. Lucia about 3 weeks ago.
There's something that Matthew and Jenny was saying. They said when people go to St. Lucian, when you first go there, especially for men and stuff, one of the first thing everybody try, like you would see someone sell you is like a Seamoss drink.
I don't know, maybe. I know that there's a lot of people selling Seamoss drinks on the street and stuff. Yeah, like
and they was talking about how good it was and stuff like that. And the only thing a lot of people was asking was, how do they make their Seamoss drink? And of course, I was asking the same question, and I went to their inbox to ask them. I said, hey, y'all say y'all gonna start hosting, or y'all know someone who's gonna host a, and I said, okay, is they gonna charge for the Seamoss workshop, and if so, how much they gonna charge? And they told me that they gonna charge $600.
$600 to do what? To learn how to make Seamoss drinks?
Make Seamoss drinks, make skin products, like body scrubs and hair serum. Basically, I guess make variety of Seamoss products.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff. And I was like, the last time I spent money, it was like $50 just for some Seamoss lemonade. like learn how to make Seamoss lemonade. And I was like, it wasn't too much of a good investment because out of that investment, I only learned one thing. So it's like, if I go out here and sell, if I go out and do $600, will it be a good investment, or will I be basically giving y'all my money? Or something that I can do research. So actually, he came to me and he said, say, okay, what's the difference between homework and research? And to him, I was like, I don't know, what is it? He said, a homework is what's given to you. A research is something you go out and get. So it's like, in my head, I was like, do I actually want to pay $600 to get this right here, get this done, or do I want to just do it, how my coworker said? If you really want to know, just go out there and get it. You can learn it yourself, because on how did they know? Did they go pay for it, or did they research and learn it?
Yeah. And my question too, are they making soaps themselves? Like, are they in the business of making soaps?
Yeah.
They are?
So yeah. So it's like, hearing stuff like, hearing about my coworkers telling me stuff like that, I said, that's an interesting theory. That is an interesting question. Like, because I was telling him about the challenge, the 5-day challenge I was in. And he was telling me, well, I understand that you're doing that, but he said right now, a lot of people is out here just wanting the answers to be given to them when they can actually go out there and research it.
Yeah.
And they said, when you can research, so they said, say for example, you can get the answer quickly, but see, a person who gives you the answer can only tell you so much, because there's so much into one field.
Yep.
But if you research it and stuff, some parts that you missing and stuff, you can just basically learn it yourself.
Yep. That's why I don't take courses. That's why I rarely take courses. Like, I rarely go and get someone to teach me something. Like, unless it's like highly specialized and it's in a field that I know that I can't just go out and learn myself. Because realistically, bro, I can send you 20 videos on how to make soaps, on Seamoss soaps, and you become an expert. That's why I asked you too. Like, are these guys making a business selling the soap? Because if they're not,
like how if you hear like Jamari Kirby, his story and stuff. And he was saying the only reason he became an expert because he did the research, because it was a time when he was on a Facebook group and he was going to people. They said, hey, asking people about this and asking people about that, and how people was charging him just to learn some information. He was like, hold on, I'm trying to learn a field that you in, and you are charging me for the knowledge that you have.
Yeah.
So, he said he did his research, and it came to the point where he did his research and came to the point he made books of it. I think now he got like 2 books now. He got Seamoss Oncology, and it's another book he got.
Yeah, I think it's a variation of the same book, though. I don't think it's much different. It's like a more shortened down version or something of the original book. Like, I think they're both on the same subject. They're just like one's a revised version of the first one. But either way, they're 2 books. I'm not trying to take away from what he's doing.
Let me let me go ahead go. If y'all still in, I'm gonna join back in.
All right, cool.
Yeah, because I see you sleepy.
Me? A little bit. I'm getting there.
So I was like, I'll be if y'all still on, I'm gonna join. If y'all not, then if you start back live again another time, I'm gonna join that one.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, cool.
I'm just here touching up my labels because if you could see, I wanted my logo to be in the middle, but then the name of the product and the ingredients is over here. So I've been trying to get the name. Like, this one only has one name, but the bigger names, I'll put like half of the name here and the other half on the other side of the P. So the P could be in the middle.
Have you tried using
looking like this?
You should try using something like Canva to design the labels. Put the label size in, and then, you know what I mean? Because Canva's got so much room on the
Yeah, I checked out Canva a little bit because I'm new to Canva, so I don't really know how it operates. But I might have to go back into it because I'm kind of fed up with Avery because Avery leaves.
You shouldn't be making them in Avery. You should be creating the image off of Avery and then putting an image into Avery, and then having Avery do the multiple ups. You know what I mean? Like to print multiple copies.
Yeah, because I've been having to cut it because when I print off the Avery, it leaves like a little white strip underneath and overneath.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't been able to figure out how to get past that on Avery.
Mm.
So
there might be a border in the window box.
Say what?
It might be like the text box that you have. There could be a setting that says make a border.
Yeah, I don't even know where that would even be.
Me either. I don't really use Avery too much.
Ooh. I'm gonna look for that now that you say it, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta stretch out for a second here. Oh, my back.
So with canvas, could I go down to Staples and print them off if I don't have a printer? Because I don't have a color laser printer.
Yeah.
I just have a laser.
You should be able to do that. To go to Staples and get it printed off. I think they even know how to make the labels for you. Like you tell them.
I'm gonna check out canvas.
I know Staples is a lot like Kinko's. Remember Kinko's? I remember working at Kinko's. That was a crazy job.
No, Kinko's. I haven't even seen a Kinko's in a minute.
Oh yeah, they're out of business. They were bought out by.
That's like old school Kinko's.
Yeah, they were bought out by FedEx and then FedEx.
Yeah, when was that? I think the last time I was at Kinko's was like 2014. I haven't heard from them since.
That's probably right around the time they left. Their FedEx bought them and stuff, and they're gone. That was like not one of my first jobs, but I think it was like 20, 21. I've had jobs. It's crazy. Like, you know, I used to be a Chinese chef. Like, I used to work in a Chinese restaurant cooking Chinese food. At 15, I was a Chinese chef.
How'd you get a job there?
I applied.
What did you tell them?
The truth. What do you mean? Couldn't lie. They trained me. So it's a funny story though. So in Canada, they had this fast food Chinese chain called Holy Chow, right? And so they were opening up a restaurant in my neighborhood. So I went and applied for it. And this particular restaurant was supposed to be unique because it was going to be the first restaurant on their chain to have a non-Asian staff. Right, so everybody, and I think that's probably why I got the job, because I was like the token black kid, you know. And
that's like history, right?
Yeah, and it was all these white people, and it was so funny because they're all like, "Yeah, you know, white power. Whites are gonna do. We're gonna show these Chinese people how to make Chinese food." Like all this, like like pumping their chest and shit. Bro, the first day we did business, like we got slammed so bad, and then we had this like authenticator, this Chinese guy that was there to authenticate all the dishes. Like I think it was like 9 out of every 10 dishes failed. Like we went through like 4 days of prep in a night, because we were throwing out so much food. You know what I mean? And everybody was freaking out. And I remember quitting the job and then going back there. Huh?
Did anyone get fired besides the quitters?
No, well, I quit because they were treating me like shit, and I was supposed to get some days off, and they gave it to somewhat. That was probably one of the only times I felt but I wasn't even felt racism. It was more like I was the little shit, you know what I mean? And they were gonna push me around because they figured I was going to take it, right? So I was like, oh yeah, no problem. Okay, fine. And I waited till I got my check, and then I ghosted them. The second I got my check, I was like, boom, yeah, fuck you guys. You know what I mean? You're gonna treat me like this, I'm gonna treat you like that. So
I can't even picture, even though my sales are down right now, I just can't picture I'm working for someone else ever again. I just can't put myself in that mindset. Like,
no,
I've been doing a little Instacart here and there on the side,
mm-hmm.
but other than like having a boss directly over me, I just can't get in that mind frame to ever do that again.
Oh yeah, totally. I know what that's like. You know what I mean? I don't know what it
I
was.
worked for Buffalo Wild Wings for years, and then the main manager, the head GM left, and some new redneck GM came in, and I ended up getting fired off of an argument. And the dude I was arguing with, he didn't lose his job; he was a redneck too. But I'm the one who got fired.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, I gave y'all 4 or 5 years of my life just to still be fired. Like, y'all are crazy. I can't work for nobody no more.
Well, that sucks. I don't know what to say. I mean, it sucks. You're gonna run into people that are against you everywhere you go. You know, you gotta just learn how to beat them at their game. Get better at it. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. My whole life has been about putting myself in a position where no one has to question who I am and what my ability is. They see what I am and what I'm capable of right away. You know what I mean? Like when you meet me, you know right away this guy has something different. You know what I mean? And that's because that's the image I'm projecting. You know? You see how you're doing that? Why don't you do 2 different text boxes, and then that way you can move them independently, and you don't have to create that.
I was going to do that, but then I wanted to line up exactly with each other.
There should be a tool in there that allows you to select multiple boxes and then hit an alignment tool. There should be one.
I see the line right here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My son uses the laptop during the day, so he watches his things, his cartoons. So my laptop stays dead when it's time for me to work.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. See if I can find that double box. So you're saying they would line up with this you're saying if I go to alignment, I could line it up?
Yeah, I think you have to select
boxes.
you have to select the 2 text boxes and then hit align.
Oh, you just made some money. Oh no, I just made some money.
What do you mean? Oh, hey, you got a sale.
You must be good luck or someone.
I am good luck.
Bought $351 from me.
I am good luck. Like, and I know it sounds crazy to say that, but honestly, dude, I have like, there's something about me that I possess a certain positive energy that when I'm around people, they do better. Their lives are better.
I'm gonna have to do more lives with you.
Yeah. And then another thing that's special about me is that I will, and you will only see this when you hang out with me long enough, but I will typically go into a room or a space where there's no one there, and within 15 minutes the place is full. So like
How does that happen?
Huh?
How does that happen?
I don't know, but it happens like 90% of the time I do something. I'll come in, the place will be empty. I'll be the only people, me and whoever I'm with, we're the only people, and then I'll say, watch the room fill up in 15 minutes. And then they look around and they're like, holy shit. You know, I think it's something where the universe allows me to be first. Like, so I don't have to wait in line and stuff. Even sometimes, and this only happens when I'm getting. Yeah, sorry. I was going to say, this only happens when I get into a certain mood. But if I'm in the right sort of positive mind frame, when I go to any store, there's always a parking spot waiting for me at the front of the store. Dead serious, bro.
In New York?
No, I'm in Toronto. So I'll go to a mall or whatever, and I'll pull up to the store, and just as I'm pulling up, someone pulls right in front of me. I got the perfect spot.
That happens to me once in a while, but not as often as.
It happens a lot. Where like me and my wife joke about it all the time. It's like, oh, there's my spot. Thank you. You know what I mean? VIP. I call it VIP parking because I'm like, I'm a VIP, so they pull out the VIP parking. Mm-hmm. But I think next time I go in a room by myself, I'm gonna do like a time lapse recording to show people what I mean, like by it. You know. But I feel like it comes from vibrating and being in a certain positive frequency, a certain state of mind. You know what I mean? That when you're in this state, things just flow, and they're just natural. They just happen. You know.
Oh, nice. I sold a female package, so I have 5 different capsule formulas. One helps to balance female hormones, to help them with heavy blood flow, cramping, stuff like that. And I have an energy formula, an iron formula, a mineral formula, and I put it all together in a female package. Then I did the same package for men's, except for I have a man's tribe. Instead of the B balance that helps the female, the man's tribe will boost your testosterone, block estrogen. It'll help you in the gym with workouts, with recovery and stuff like that. But someone just bought a female package and they added a half pound of Irish moss.
Nice.
So, like I said, once I get rid of this Irish moss, I'm going back to St.Lucian.
Well, sell both. Like, what's stopping you from selling both?
I just feel like Irish moss is a curse.
Oh, shit.
I gotta get, because I basically used the money that I was flipping for the Irish moss, for the Seamoss. I used it to get the Irish moss.
So that's what.
I have to get the funds up to really get the Seamoss fit.
So that's
So
what.
if you look at my website, I have St.Lucian Seamoss, but I'm out of stock.
So that's what you did differently. You switched your Seamoss.
And now everyone hated me.
And that's why your business, because all the people that you built up to that point, they were all St. Lucian Seamoss buyers, and then you switched it to Condors, and they didn't like it,
That's crazy.
and so they weren't. That's why they're not coming back. And that's not to say, and I want to make this clear, that's not to say that there's something wrong with the Condors Christmas, right? There's nothing wrong with the Condors Christmas. It's that the buyers that you have cultivated, the people that you've worked with, are not. That's not their expectation. You changed their expectation. You gave them something that they weren't expecting, and they didn't like it. You know what I mean? It could have went either way. It could have went that they liked it or they didn't. You know what I mean? To each his own. You know what I'm saying? But that's what you did differently. Because every time you do a business and something changes and your business drops significantly, you did something. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it should continue for the most part to give the same results if you're giving the same effort in the same way, in the same manner. It's when you change something that you change the parameters and affect the results. Yeah. See, I knew it was something. Now I got it. It was the Seamoss.
Thinking Irish moss, yo.
But keep the Irish moss. Have it as a side. Do you know what I mean? I would do this. How much sea moss do you have left? How much of the Irish moss do you have left?
I would say at least over 60 pounds.
So take half of it and do a sale and get some St. Lucian. Take half of that 60 pounds and try to sell that. Try to flip it quick and make some good money. Even if you just made your money back that you initially put into it. Keep the other half of the Seamoss, or maybe even take a quarter of it. Take 15 pounds and keep that Condorus and try to sell the other stuff quick and flip it over and sell both. You'll capture both markets.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna probably make a little commercial on that.
As crazy. Sorry.
Whoever buys this right now, this much or whatever.
Well, do something realistic. Like don't do a fire sale. Don't sell. Don't throw away the farm. You know what I mean? Don't give away the farm. Find out how much it sells for, and just give them a better price. You'll get people to buy it, right? But the idea.
Yeah, I'm dropping the price significantly because, like your friend was saying, it was going for $100. I was originally selling it for $100. Again, it's here and there, but I dropped it significantly.
Yeah. Maybe go.
What did I drop? I think I dropped it to like 60 now.
Go back to all the people that you that have bought the Seamoss from you and let them know that you've dropped it to 60, and see if they want to work some deal. You say, hey, look, I want to get rid of some of this stuff. I've got too much of it. You got to look at this business like you're chopping. That's what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes when you have multiple flavors of the same stuff, then you do well. Like I had a buddy of mine who was I want to say one of the biggest weed dealers, but he was probably one of the most successful ones that I know. And one of the things that made him successful is he had options and choice. You know what I mean? And so he's like, oh, you don't want this? Okay, I got this. What do you think about this? Well, you got that. So it's like, you know what I mean? Someone doesn't like Garcilaria, now you have Condorus Crispus. You know what I mean? And you can also capture both markets. You know what I mean? People that are selling Condorus Crispus are buying it, and others, you know what I mean? Are buying the other stuff. But yeah, I would keep some of the Condorus Crispus and keep selling it. Because what happens if it turns around and it gets popular again? And then you sold all your Condorus Crispus and didn't keep a little bit of it, you know? Just the thought.
Yeah, definitely want different labels for that. I'll show you the labels I have right now.
All right.
Yeah, I just have these labels for Avery, but you see it, they always leave a white trim. I can't figure out why there's always a border.
Oh, I'll tell you why there's a border. Because the printer needs a border. And so, because you have a border on the outside, in order to make all the labels look the same and be continuous, you have to put a border around each image.
So that's only with Avery, though, right?
With most labels, they'll have that little tracker on the side. Even when you print something in a printer, there's like a margin of area where they can't print. Unless you get a printer that does full bleed.
I don't know. Most products I see that other people do, I don't be seeing borders, so I don't know what they use.
Then they cut it. You know what I mean?
Say what?
They cut it. Or they might use like an offset printer.
Alright, if you're good luck, I'm ready for some more sales.
What? Oh, the video ended. I think I was doing. Oh, I just realized that we've been on for 4 hours. I think that sucks how it does that. It doesn't even let me save the video. Mama. But I should even end the video soon because I'm tired. I'm looking tired, and I've been telling myself, like, you gotta stop staying up so late that you're falling asleep on the live stream. So I'm gonna go see what he was trying to say, and then I think I'm going to bow out. I got a lot of work to do tomorrow, and I still got to go to the store. Oh, I got to buy a computer. I don't want to wait for it. Yeah, so looks like these guys are gone. They're not coming back right away, and I am tired. And I just looked at my emails, and I still got some emails I need to answer to. So I'm gonna end this live stream tonight, and we'll be back on Sunday to continue this great conversation. Sucks too because I wish I had just saved that video. That conversation I had with the guy was a great one. But anyways, next time. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll be back next week unless I do a quick video between now and Sunday at the health food store, which is possible. But until then, thank you for watching, and I hope to see you guys soon. Don't forget to take your Seamoss. All right, good night.
I smoke, I drink, I fuck bitches, I skate. I'm basically the shit. I smoke, I drink, I fuck bitches, I skate. I'm basically the shit. I smoke. Protein options, we got your steak at the bottom, chicken breast, chicken thigh, ground beef, ground turkey, seafood options, plant-based options, even have cauliflower rice and burrito. Condiments for burritos, anything can be made into a burrito.